Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our May 6th regularly scheduled Daytona Beach City Commission meeting. At this time, we would ask Madam Clerk for a roll call.
Commissioner Paris?
Here.
Commissioner Strickland? Here. Commissioner May?
Here.
Commissioner Cantu?
Here.
Commissioner Henry? Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Here.
Okay, we'll now move on to item number 4, which is approval of the minutes of the April 1st, 2026 City Commission meeting.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other questions or comments? All right. The record reflect that Commissioner Henry is here. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. We'll now have our agenda approval. If there are any changes, our city manager will address them.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, add to item 8R zone support funds to the consent agenda, a contribution of $10,000 from the zone support funds of Mayor Derek Henry to the Hope Community Health Center for their free health care clinic. Add addendum 8X to the consent agenda, redevelopment and neighborhood services, First Amendment to the Delta West Plan, accent Daytona.
Can I add $1,500 to the Domestic Abuse Council for their 5K race, please?
And we'll make sure that we have their nonprofit information on file. So $1,500.
All right, we have a motion and a second? Not yet?
I move that we accept the agenda with the said changes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is our presentations. Item 6A is James LeGrone, United States Army Corps of Engineers Flood Risk Management Study.
Oh, good.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you.
So come on in. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners,
Yes.
Mr. Fiacher, Counselor. I'm really glad to be here. I'm Jim LeGrone, a
Yes,
project
sir.
manager for Army Corps of Engineers. Off to my right, I have Jason LeVecchia, the engineering technical lead. He's done a lot of work on here. And off to my left is Mr. Tom Jester. They're really going to be doing a lot of the presentations today. So when the slides get up, I'm going to be kind of talking through the slides. So kind of waiting on the slides.
And there's your clicker.
Oh, there we go. So just to kind of reiterate, we're going to go over the study team. Sorry, I'm a little clicking fast. We're going to go over the study team. And so Tom hails from Mobile District. And I must have really gone too fast. Oh, I'm going backwards. Sorry about that, folks. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of funny because it doesn't have the study team on there. Yep, it's fine. So the study team's here. Basically, Jason comes from Savannah District and Tom comes over here from Mobile District. And so one of my first initial presentations, I had them on the phone. So I wanted to bring them down here to kind of talk about some of the good work that they're doing here. So Tom, do you want to kind of take it over?
Sure. So I'll just provide a brief update on what we've gotten done in the last, I think it's been a year and a half since we last briefed you all. So we've developed we've really looked into what the problems are that are causing the flooding. Jason will talk to you guys about that in a few seconds. That includes developing a high quality hydraulics and hydrology model for the city of Daytona Beach. He will also talk to you about that model, and a high quality economics model that takes into account more or less the entirety of the city of Daytona Beach for housing, businesses, and various other structures that could be damaged during floods, so that you can see how one action would benefit economically that recovery by reducing that recovery cost. We've done, on top of that, we've started coordination with cultural resources and environmental resources and the agencies that look after those. We've developed a future condition, looking 50 years into the future. We've developed measures and alternatives. We've screened those measures and alternatives using rough order of magnitude costs. These are in the right ballpark, but definitely still wrong type costs. So that's what we've gotten done to date. We're starting the what would it look like if we did actions modeling. And so I'll turn it over to Jason.
Good evening. Again, Jason Lavecchia. So my role on this project is the engineering technical lead. So I've got a pretty big team this tirelessly for the last year and a half, specifically on this model. So we've built, as Tom was saying, we've built two what we call H&H hydraulics models that essentially allows us to mimic rainfall. And so you see the image on the right is actually a couple different things, but that's a screenshot from the actual model itself. In the top right, you can see the symbol of the model. It's called HECRAS, but it's basically a hydraulic model where we can dump rainfall on an area and see how that rainfall behaves. And so from there, we can look into alternatives of how we could potentially fix this flooding, right? So we built we've used two softwares to build two different models. One to develop rainfall, right? Because you got to know how much rainfall that you're going to evaluate, which is the table on the bottom. And secondly, the really complex model that incorporates both surface flow, so as the water hits the ground, as well as subsurface flow through the stormwater network pipe. So we've incorporated 3,000 something pipes by hand. So it's been a very, very labor-intensive, engineering-intensive model to develop, to calibrate, to get to where we can trust the results that come out of it. So that's kind of what we've been working on for quite a bit. You can see at the bottom is just kind of a screenshot or a table that shows the amount of rainfall as it varies through the different hypothetical storms that we look at. So, you always hear what's the 100-year event, right? So that's one storm. But we look at what's the 2-year storm, the 5-year, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200, and 500. So you can, and then just for reference, I put kind of a couple hurricanes, Milton and Ian, so you can see, where those fall as far as, in the range of reoccurrence intervals. So your Ian was close to something like a 150-year storm. Next slide. So one of the toughest questions, this is one of the tougher projects that I've worked on. I've been with the Corps for 17 years. This is one of the tougher ones from a hydraulics perspective. And the reason being is because it's so flat, right? I've worked on a couple Florida projects, but this one is really, really flat. Unfortunately, the topography that we're dealing with here is extremely low lying, and you've got high ground almost all around you. So to the west, you've got some of that flow coming in from the airport, Embry-Riddle. Some of that comes through the Navy Canal. And that also T-bones in the bottom left picture I took on that comes into a 90-degree confluence with the Nova Canal. And so there's kind of a lot of issues, but the main, from what I've seen from the modeling, the main driving force is that there's just not enough what we call hydraulic head, but in layman's terms, it's essentially pitch or slope. There's not enough slope, topography-wise, to force the water to drain quickly back to the Halifax River and essentially back to the ocean. And so when you get a tide, storm surge, that prevents that slope from draining even more. And so essentially you have a canal system that's just inadequate for the amount of runoff that you have, because it's there's not much green space. It's a lot of runoff, a lot of urban development. And so when these canals were originally designed and built, they likely were not designed for the amount of runoff that you see here today. So Tom will get into a little bit of this. So I'll give you a little preemptive. So how we look at this is we take my hydraulic model, all the output of the flooding from different, the 2-year through the 500-year floods, that gets overlaid with a very, very complex economic model, which then we can see which structures, which each of these dots are structures, which ones get inundated for which storm, and then we kind of culminate those damages for economics. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so when it comes to the economic model we use is called the flood damage assessment model, FDA for short. And it takes each individual structure, takes the general center point of the structure, the topography that it's sitting on. We actually had economists out here driving your streets and confirming the height above ground elevation that first floors occur at. Because damages start more or less at that first floor getting inundated. So they drove most of the city of Daytona Beach across, I think, a span of about a week, just confirming all of the data that we had gotten from your tax assessor type databases. When that got overlaid with the various water surface elevations that come out of the H&H models, we could generate this heat map. Red represents a 2-year storm, gets to the centroid. Practically white, it's so light blue, represents your 100-year event. And so as you can see here, most of the city actually sits, the first floor elevations sit inside that 100-year and above event return interval. Whereas some sit in those lower events, the 2s to the 25s. Most, when we look at it from an economic standpoint, of our benefits don't come from those big storms because they're rare. The benefits from an economic standpoint are generated from that 2, 5, 10-year event because they're constantly happening. Also, when we look at it from a socioeconomic standpoint, neighborhoods that are flooded every year, every couple years, and they're always having to be repairing and rebuilding their houses and recovering from floods, struggle more to have that community cohesion that is what makes a city, and not just a bunch of people living together. So, because there are so little, many of the alternatives that we looked at do not appear to be economically viable. Many of them look very poor to the point where we are not going to be running at full economic analysis because the costs are going to outstrip the benefit of that action. We're talking like for every $1 of benefit, you're spending $10. So some of them. There are others that are more cost effective, and I'll talk about those in right now. So as you can see here, there's a list. These are all of the various alternative measures that we looked at. All of the ones in red are either something that you guys have already done, like flood warning systems. Working with Shannon and her team, it's very clear that you guys you get people out so that there's not that safety issue when a flood is coming. And so we can't make that better than y'all are already doing. So that one's the one that got screened for non-economic reasons. But wet floodproofing, using your existing storage by expanding it, a surge barrier on the Halifax River was one of the things we looked at to stop the storm surges and high tides from coming up into the canal system. We looked at levees and flood walls. All of these were orders of magnitude larger than the benefits that are available to us. So if we eliminated all flooding, most of these still would not get economically justified. They're that expensive compared to the benefits that are out there. However, we did look at raising the canal, the Nova Canal berm, putting some sluice gate structures on the end of all 3 of the canals that go into the Halifax River, along with some pump stations. We looked at doing some channel improvements, and then we looked at a limited amount of buyouts, and that would be those dots that you saw that were red to orange would be what we would be looking at for buyout. Those all, we're not talking about like 10-to-1 cost to benefit. We're talking more on the line of 50-cent return on your dollar, or maybe close to you get $1 back for every dollar you spend. So they're all really close when we're lucky, for lack of a better way of putting it. Buyouts is the one that appears to be the most effective solution from a cost put in, benefit taken out, because it does address those super frequent events and it removes that problem of flooding to those people. The downside is from a community standpoint, we are removing people from one community because there's no longer going to be housing for them there. So from that socioeconomic perspective, it does have a downside, whereas the other ones don't have those downsides. So we're looking at a situation where we very likely will not have an economically justified plan, which makes it really hard for us to tell the story of the federal government's interest in the investment.
I feel like you're saying something, but you're not saying it. I'm sorry. It's taking me a while to get there. So could you just come out and say whatever it is you're trying to say?
So I think it's the next.
He said it.
There's two pieces of, we're to the bad news part. There's two pieces of bad news. So the first is, if there is a project that has federal interest, it will barely have federal interest, which means on top of having to compete against other flood risk management studies across the U.S. that have high benefit to cost ratio, the higher the benefit to cost ratio, typically that's what Congress funds first. And so we're looking at best case scenario, we're at the bottom of the list.
Typically, you need at least a one.
Okay, so given that you're experts in this field, and we have you here in front of us, as a city, what could we do to help the most people the most effectively now? I recognize the buyout is an option, because why? It happens every 2 years. For some of us, it happens every time it rains. Okay? So what is the next thing that we can do as a city, or who do we turn to for help?
So we got a couple of courses of action.
You took him in the wrong.
There is another piece of bad news that makes it so that we might be here on this anyways, not just the economics. And we'll go back to that if there's time.
Okay.
There's time.
Then we can do that right now, and that'll give my voice a break. And Jason will tell you about some of the hydraulic rules that we have that also are bad news.
So let me kind of step in. So like what Mr. Jester was saying, what Mr. Jester was saying was benefit cost analysis, what we call BCR, benefit cost ratio. So that's some of the bad news. This is the other bad news. So when we actually went to our leadership, what we call stovepipes, people that are above us, and we pitched them what we call an in-progress review. They asked us, they said, do we have an urban flooding problem, or do we have a riverine type of flooding problem? And so there's a really kind of a good nuance between that. And Jason's going to kind of discuss that, okay? Sure. So if there's going to be questions, I'm going to be the one answering the questions. I just wanted to make sure you heard from the experts, okay?
Thanks, Jim. So yeah, a little bit of additional bad news, I guess. What make this study complicated? Well, not complicated. From a federal perspective, there are multiple codes of federal regulation and engineering regulations that try to distinguish a very fine line so that you get quantitative versus qualitative of what can the federal government help when it comes to urban drainage and urban flooding issues. Where does the federal government draw the line? This is not me, this is federal regulation. Where does the federal government draw the line at, yes, we can help your city, no, we can't help you, or yes, we have interest, federal interest being federal dollars to solve your flooding issue, versus no, we don't. And there's a couple ways that we look at that, and one of the bigger ways is that we look at, for a 10% chance storm, so that's a 1 in 10 years, so that's, your 100-year storm is a 10-year storm, you got to have at least 800 CFS of flow, and that's CFS is cubic feet per second. It's just a technical way to say how much river flow or how much water flow do you have in a specific channel. You have to have 800 CFS of flow for a 10-year storm. In the Nova Canal, after modeling it, building this extensive model, we're seeing around 350 to 400. You can see the bottom right table of all the different locations that we looked into. So we're not meeting the 800 CFS rule that essentially drops that out from being making the amount of flow that's necessary for there to be a federal project. So that's the first part. The second part is we then also looked into storm surge and tidal influence. So you can see on the top frame, there's actually 3 graphs there that show we basically in the model, we removed the tide out of the Halifax, we put a normal tide, we did a super high king tide, and the amount of flooding at that star, which is close to it's basically in Fairway Estates, for a 10-year storm was almost negligible difference between a king tide and no tide at all. So that tells us that as far as on the interior drainage side of things, not just along the river, but when you get up further in town near Fairway Estates, the tide is not driving the flood. The stormwater and the lack of slope on the topography is driving the flood. And so you kind of got multiple things there that are, our divisional office in Atlanta said, this is not a federal project, or it doesn't meet federal standards to be a urban drainage problem.
Okay.
Can you say, so it doesn't meet the standard to be a urban drainage problem?
From a federal perspective.
And the reason why is because of the topography or the lack of slope?
Well, the reason is, there's several reasons, but one of the most very obvious definitive is that you don't have 800 CFS worth of flow for a 10-year storm. We have about half of that in the canal. And that's a very, so this rule goes back
1980.
Yeah, something 40 something years ago, this rule was established to try to distinguish what the federal government is able to spend money on from a urban flooding perspective. And so it's a very hard rule. It's a very finite rule. If you don't have 800 CFS, you don't have a federal project.
So when our leadership brought this to our attention, Jason's model was modeling king tide. So just think where the Reed Canal, 11th Street Canal, and the Halifax Canal is at the highest water, right? And so those tides that get in there, you can kind of see where those water levels are. So the king tide is on that chart off to the right with the table that says king tide. You can see that that chart, that table, there's no variation. It just sits there. And also that graph, that bar graph, that's not really a bar graph, that line graph, you can see that the flooding occurs rapidly and then the drainage does not occur quickly enough. It sits there and then it decays off. So that's a kind of timeline. So if you see that graph, you've got elevation, that is your vertical axis, and your horizontal axis is time. So it takes a long time to drain, which you all know, right? So that's very easy. But what is not easy to understand is the Nova Canal, okay? So let's just say way back before we even set foot in this area, right? I'm talking way back in time. You got the Navy Canal, there's a break between there, there's a ridge line. So it's a natural drainage. The drainage is basically, when you think of a riverine, it's dihedral. It flows like this. This is more of like a trellis formation where it dead ends. And so there's natural canal was the Navy Canal way back, and there was a natural canal Nova, but very little. And so somebody with a Nova Canal with the, I think it was Mosquito District back in the 1920s, digged a ditch. Has that ditch changed? To our analysis, and this is still rough, no. Okay, so who owns that ditch? That's the one parameter that we have dug out. So that north to south ditch between 11th Street all the way to the Halifax Canal that gets to the Halifax is owned by Florida Department of Transportation. The county owns the Navy, they manage the Navy Canal and they manage 11th Street Canal, where Reed Canal is owned by South Daytona, plus or minus. I'm still working on some of that. So you get the kind of the complexity here. So not only do we have a low BCR, we can't meet the federal policy, and then we're also, if we implement something that is useful, it's to other communities outside the city's boundaries, and so that they could also benefit as well, because we all know that there's flooding here. So one of the things when you look at the coloring, orange is super high, green is high, and then yellow is very low. and you can see the ridge lines, and you can see all that, how that flow goes in there. So what Jason's team did is when we first analyzed this, we thought we would combine the flows. So if you look at the 11th Street, right, you look at the Reed Canal and Halifax. So he put together an analysis, and if you add all that up together, it was like 1,200 or 1,100. And then we were told by headquarters that we could not add those. It'd have to be a single event. Is that correct?
They'd have, yeah.
Okay.
It'd have to be a single outlet.
So that's why I had these guys here to kind of, have my experts, right? Because I lean on them just like we all lean on people who help us out as well, right? And so that also adds a bit of complexity, because if we're going to do measures, right, we're only adding benefits to what city? Daytona. Not the city of Holly Hill, not the city of South Daytona, not the city of Port Orange. So there's some course of actions, trying to get back to what you wanted to do, is now I've kind of laid the framework. I'm going to give it back to Tom. So go ahead, Tom.
So to kind of point out, the reason why I'm presenting the course of actions, Jim runs us, keeps us on track. I'm the one who developed the scope of work. I led that process. So when we talk about what the scope is, I lead the team in figuring out what that is. That's one of my jobs on the team. So we developed a course of action. This course of action is what we think would be the most benefit for the funds that we would spend for the city of Daytona Beach. The first thing that would happen is we would be getting our models beautiful and usable by your city engineers, by your city economists, for anybody, any engineering or economics firm you hire. It would include full documentation of all the assumptions that went into said models, as well as how you use them. And we would turn over the model and that entire, what we call modeling reports, that tell you all of those pieces of the model, over to the city. Along with that, we would document all of the work we've done to date, which includes all of the reasons we've screened. You saw all of those red alternatives called out individually. This one was for cost. This one was for this. It'll provide you what we project the 50-year horizon to look like. Our H&H model has a 50-year horizon model as part of what we're turning over. We did get to run our buyout alternative for a cost-benefit ratio before we went through some reviews. Based off those reviews, the number is probably going to stay, the benefit cost ratio is probably going to stay in the same ballpark. It was at 0.8. Of the ones that we're looking at, that one looks to be the highest benefit to cost ratio. There might be an outlier because we've misjudged a cost, or when we get future with project H&H, it does something that we didn't expect. But 0.8 is what we're seeing right now is the likely best benefit cost ratio that's going to come out. All of our models will go through a technical review by other engineers and economists to make sure that they are sound and usable. We will be modeling. We've already started this modeling for number 4 of increasing your pipe sizes and inlets. The results of that model will eliminate the second most likely culprit for flooding. The first we thought was tide. We ran tide models and we realized it wasn't that. This will look at the undersizedness. I know that Jason was working on that until yesterday. Yeah. So he can provide you an update on that in just a second. We would finish modeling our sluice gates on your canals along with pump stations and be able to provide you a benefit to cost ratio on those. As well as we have here, we have an example of an alternative. Modeling sluice gates with a golf course retention pond with pump out. That is a very robust plan. The one that is most likely to be able to actually address all flooding in the city. It is a very expensive plan. So it will probably have a really bad benefit to cost ratio, but it will give you a litmus test of how effective the other ones we provide are. That can be replaced with some other things if necessary, such as improving all of the canal system by making the slope slightly greater and making it so that the amount of energy needed for water to flow is lower. Hydraulic head that he was talking about is how much energy is in the water to move downstream. A concrete canal requires very little energy. A grass canal requires noticeably more, but still the least of all of your natural canals.
Now, so are we now doing inter-city agreements with them? Or trying to get them to do this for us or in conjunction with us?
So how that gets worked out, I'm not totally sure. Once we step back, if we were able to implement a project, there'd be a lot of agreements involved. But we're not even certain that improving the canals, putting sluice gates on them and pump stations is going to get to a 1, which would be when we stay involved. But that also would require us to have an 800 CFS flow. You want to talk real quick about the pipe size results?
Sure. So we have started looking in, my team started looking into increasing the pipe sizes because we're trying to determine, is the existing stormwater system the issue, right? Because you see ponded flooding from some of these frequent storms, and so we wanted to look at, well, if we increase all the sizes of the inlets and all that, the pipes underground, does that eliminate it? And from what I'm seeing so far, no. So I think your stormwater system is adequate. I don't think it's the stormwater system that's the problem. There's still some additional modeling and sensitivity to run on that because I've just kind of started on some of that modeling for item number 4 there, but I don't think that's the problem. And I don't think that spending a lot of money in increasing pipe sizes is the solution at this point either. I don't. I think you need a way to get the canals themselves, Nova, Navy, and all the outlets to get the water out a lot faster than it's currently. I think they're undersized from width and from depth. The unfortunate thing with depth is that you've got a high groundwater table. You're right on the coast. Excuse me. So you can't dig down because you don't have, you're going to hit groundwater. So that's where Tom was alluding to. Potentially lining them with concrete, widening them. Again, you end up with some real estate issues there, and that's for future endeavor to kind of look at the design of that. But I think, and that'll be something that we will model, is if we concrete, the canals, try to get as much slope on them as possible, how much impact does that have? And so we'll be looking into that as well.
So pretty much our best option is to actually go to DOT county.
Not yet.
So-
After them
We've
now?
got one more course of action that we'd like to kind of brief you all as well.
So move it. My microphone,
The public can't hear you, Jim.
yeah.
There's just one more course of action we'd like to brief you all on, because this is the one that we prefer, and you'll understand in not the next slide, but the following slide. Because cash, right? So go ahead, Tom.
I'm also the policy guy on the team. And so when all these policy questions come up, I'm the one that has to field those. So there is a section of Order 2022 that allows us to look at problems with lower than 800 CFS flow. It's section 8106. What this is the non-federal sponsor, so the city, makes a request to the Assistant Secretary of the Army over Civil Works, Mr. Adam Tell, and requests that because of the complex nature of the flooding issue, that we should still look at this. It would allow us to look at this further It allows us to potentially expand our area, but to do that, it would then cost more because we are already set for a certain area to look at. It has to be approved by Mr. Tell. And at the end, if we found a justified project, we could cost share that. I want to be clear, we don't think we're going to. We think we're going to end up in that 0.8, 0.9 range, best case scenario. So these two courses of action, if we're just looking at how it affects the city. Section 8,106, we would use the whole 1.2 million that we requested previously as that contributed funds to be able to complete this study. We would, assuming that we are approved rubber stamp style, we would still not have an answer until the summer of 2027.
Folks.
Course of
please,
action.
Please, excuse me. Please, we understand that this is not the news that we wanted, but we have to be able to process what our options are and what they're saying.
And this, I'll be honest, this is not what, like Jason and I were planning to come down here around this time to brief you all, and we were hoping to be delivering a very different story. The course of action that we're recommending would cost the city nothing. We can do it for the federal funds that have been set aside for this project already. We would have our findings report, our models reports, that includes all of that additional modeling of alternatives that we still haven't finished that modeling for, with economics and costs, and you'd have it all by the end of this year.
But what do we do with that? I mean, it's great that we have it.
You will have approximately 15% designs on the various alternatives that we have. You'll have a core approved and stamped document to go try to get funding from other agencies that are allowed to affect those changes.
Okay. I have a crazy question. I'm just curious. So if I was a builder and I said, oh, you know what? They have land for me there. And I was starting from scratch. Could I build there? What would I do as a builder to build a house there in that area? A brand new house. What would I have to do? The streets are going to flood, but my house isn't going to flood. The streets are going to take longer to drain, but my house is not going to flood. What would I have to do as a builder?
So,
Jason, you want to give it to Jason?
There is a federal regulation that in order to qualify for FEMA protection for insurance, you are required to have your first floor elevation above the 100-year floodplain as it is delineated the year that the structure is built.
Okay.
That is, for future development, the best course of action. Hey, you want to build? Fine. Work with FEMA, figure out what the 100-year flood surface elevation is, and you can't have any floor below that.
But the streets will still flood.
The
right?
streets still flood, even potentially the lot floods.
But not
the
the
house
will
is
not.
safe.
Okay. So then remember, I'm not a builder.
So first floor elevation, I want to be clear on that. So if you have a basement, the basement is considered by FEMA the first floor. So this is having houses on piers and high foundations with nothing below ground. So that's the only regulation I know of, and that long-term is the long-term solution for future development.
All right. So I know you all have a lot of decisions to make. So we have provided some literature, a fact sheet associated with the Order 22-8106. We also provided a summary of the 800 CFS, what that rule means. And we've got the nod from our leadership to keep pursuing the course of action that you saw there that Tom just briefed until we get the word no. For example, what I'll say is, let's say you want to go with 8102. At certain point, we're gonna be told stop. And once we're told stop, we stop. And then what happens after that, we can only guess. Okay? I'm not saying because this funding that you guys acquired was hard to get to, and we've discussed this, right? And so we are still pursuing forward. Our upper level management wants us to pursue with COA, but we felt like we wanted to let you all know about the Order 22, Section 8106, right? We thought that was very important to kind of provide. But we are still pursuing that other COA to get answers until we get an answer from you all. So we're not stopping, and we're still going.
But to get to 8106, we have to give you $1.2 million, right? To get access to it? Is that how it works?
Let me, so back in 25, I believe, you guys passed to give us the 1.2 for contributed funds. That package is up in the ASA's office right now. Still, it's been up there for 6 months. So that's the delay. I'm not saying that when you send a letter up to the ASA, are you gonna get a 2-week downtime, a month, 2 months, 3 months? We can't give you a definitive answer. It just takes time because they've got a lot of work, the rest of the nation, right? So we're working forward to get this COA, to get it to a point where it's not just hand off and do a mic drop, so to speak. Sorry to do the pun, but that's the best way I can describe it, right? Because I sat up here before and said, hey, we're here to help. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to work with a lot of others. We're working with some county officials on this, and we're soon to be working with others, right? But it helps to kind of understand what our constraints are. Now, this 800 CFS, honestly, between the three of us standing up here, it is like a blind boat. But we have worked on it, and we have tried every step of the way to get around it. And we see no other end. So we wanted to provide that Word of 22, Section 8106. And so I know this isn't really good news to hear, but I expect to hear from you all sometime soon. And if there's anything else, did I miss anything, Tom? Or
How many
Go ahead,
houses?
Commissioner May.
Sorry, how many houses were in the buyout? How many were in the red zone?
So our buyout went up to the 25-year floodplain, and we were seeing first floor elevation effects on approximately, because I don't have the report in front of me right
I
now.
remember seeing the dots.
We're talking approximately like 40 structures.
yeah, that's slide. And you can really just look where the red dots are. That really gives you a good idea versus the light turquoise dots.
Please, disengage in the talking.
And so you can kind of see where possibly the buyouts would occur. And we all know that there's a train that roars through this area as well. So 80%, what we have found out that 80% of this drainage area that we have shown drains towards the Nova. The other 20% goes to Ridgewood Avenue or towards the Halifax. The train does provide a barrier for that drainage. So there's a lot of things that we could help out with and pursue, but the course of action 3 is the best that we feel like. And there might be some other options that we might explore. So go ahead, Jason.
I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner May. I think, the problem here is that you've got a lot of centralized flooding, or you've got a lot of flooding and no centralized way to get it. So I think, the best solution, honestly, to evaluate a large majority of this was one of the courses of action that Tom was talking about. I forgot what number it was, but you essentially would take either all of part of the golf course, because that's really the only green area that you have. You'd have to unfortunately build essentially a dam, because we can't dig it down because you're going to hit groundwater. So you essentially have to build a dam in an urban area, and that would be your retention area. And the problem is, how do you get all the flood water to that area, right? So that's a citywide of redoing all of your infrastructure to get all your stormwater to a centralized location. So we're talking, we have the numbers. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but they're in the 100 or something million, $200 million. And so, you know, the federal government isn't going to pay for that solution. Obviously, the city doesn't have $200 million lying around to fix the solution. So it's, what do you do then? You know, so that's kind of the sticky point of, we're trying to provide the most amount of information that we can provide to y'all to take forth and hopefully, you know, usable information, but the federal government is not going to pay $200 million to build a stormwater dam.
And you guys have commissioned other studies, you know, from other like
It's, what do you
architectural
do then,
engineering
you know,
firms.
so that's kind of the sticky
And
point.
they've
We're
kind of
trying
stopped
to
at the city
provide the most amount of
boundary
information that we
or
can
stopped over by the
provide to
Navy
y'all
Canal.
to take forth and
So,
hopefully, you know,
over there
usable
by
information.
Wilder Avenue,
The federal government is not going to pay.
so over there by Wilder Avenue would be a canal. So let me see if I can go back a slide.
It's, what do you do then? That's kind of the
And
sticky point.
they've
We're
kind of
trying
stopped.
to
Is that me?
provide the most amount of information.
Someone has it on their computer.
Yeah, it's echoing.
I think it's off now. Someone had it on in the audience.
So like I was saying before, I was trying to find that little map I have here. Is this the better one? Hold on. I know there's a better one we had here. This one here. For example, 11th Street Canal, right? Basically managed by the county. Reed Canal, we're seeing that it's owned by South Daytona. You all don't have one. Direct access to the Halifax. And that cost is, like Jason and Thomas said, is astronomical. I thought it was at 325 is the last time I heard. But for the golf course, and because you have to retrofit all the utilities that go in there and then provide a pump, almost like a sump pump, to pump it into there and then go down Wilder Avenue and go right out to Halifax. So we're still digging out the
Approximately how
answers.
much was that?
So we did not cost the changes in your stormwater system to change the direction of how the water gets out, so we go to the golf course instead. But we were already projecting it to be in the tens of millions of dollars just in building levees, pumps, and a dike just around the whole portion of the golf course that would then be unusable as golf course, because it would have I think we said 15-foot tall levee surrounding it.
Almost like over your wastewater treatment plant, there's what we call a dredge material management area, and it has that little ring dike around it, very much like that.
So, not counting, because we don't build stormwater systems, so we don't cost those well. Not counting that part of it, we'd still be talking tens of millions of dollars just for the facility itself not getting water, and it would not have a way to get water to it.
I just had a clarification because I know you said for the buyout it was only about 40 homes, but that was in regards to a 2-year storm, correct? Because I know we have a lot of people that were flooded more than 2 times during these hurricanes.
Well, and so so actually, we'll go back to the slides where we showed. So the hard part is our hurricanes, as you can see here, are like a 40-year storm and a 150-year storm. So when we're talking about a return interval storm, this is the storm that you will see out of that many years, on average across the history of the earth, one time. That does not mean that, hey, you haven't had one, you had one last year, you won't have one again next year. So your house flooding 7 times in 100 years, 2, 5, 10, 25, 100, 25, 25, 50, 50. Like, it's one of those weird things where you flooding every year does not necessarily mean you're in the 2-year event, because it could just be just how everything timed out and you just got hit with 4 years in a row of all bigger than what your house's elevation is compared to that return interval storm.
Okay. Yeah.
Did that answer the question?
And just technically, because the Nova Canal and the Navy Canal, they're both, one is owned by the state and one is owned by the county. So I know you're saying that the city doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars, but they might have some money also to chip in because that's where the water is coming from, correct? Could we say that?
We can't answer that.
You can't answer that, okay.
I don't work for them. Oh, I can say like that you have approximately 400 CFS of flow coming down the Navy Canal on a 10-year event, because that's what we are seeing in our models. That's the extent of what we can tell you with any.
I don't think you can blame the county or the state saying, oh, it's the county or the state's fault that we're flooding, if that's kind of the question. Like, I don't think you can put blame on any one entity as a source of the interior flooding that you're seeing. It's not only because of the Navy Canal coming in with additional flow. It's not only because the Nova Canal doesn't convey flow well. There's kind of a multitude of a perfect storm of situations. Partially. But I just don't think you can put full blame on any one reason for your interior flooding.
Based on our modeling, the primary issue at hand appears to be the lack of elevation change between outfalls, which we recognize you can't really drop because they're pretty close to low tide already, and the groundwater table. That's that elevation change between those, and the topography of where people live is not sufficient to overcome all of the resistance to the water flow.
Let me ask you this. Is from your analysis, is the fact that we've grown westward impacting the flooding? Well, we just kind of need to know. If, you're the ones that could say it. We have a massive amount of growth out west, and just for transparency, we just want to be able to say whether that's impacted our flooding.
So if you look at, by west, do you mean like looking at this map here?
Okay, west means
How far west are we talking?
LPGA west, 95 towards west of 95.
Well, that's when it starts getting into a different ridge line and drainage. So you get over there by 95. We don't have that graphic on here. It's kind of like the confluence of Spruce and Temuka Creek, right? Temuka Creek carries a lot of water, and so when it drains all that water, it drains north of this site, right? And then the Halifax handles that water towards the Ponce Inlet. Now, I am qualitative saying this, not quantitative, because there's no gauges, no instrumentation that proves this. Like, where does the water go from Temuka Creek over there by Ormond Beach? How does that water go? Because to the north, you got Matanzas Pass, which is an outlet to the Atlantic Ocean, and Ponce Inlet. From where you all are sitting, 11 miles as the fish swims to Ponce Inlet. And so it kind of 11 miles to the north is kind of where Temuka Creek is. So it's each tide goes down, the water levels go with it. So it's really kind of hard to tell unless you have some kind of gauges, such as at the bridges, gauges at the Nova Canal, gauges at the Navy Canal, that kind of gives this. What Jason's group has been able to do is take those Milton elevations where the city has said this was a high water elevation, this was a high water elevation, and he modeled towards Hurricane Milton and calibrated. And quite remarkable, because nobody has ever modeled. They have 1D model, then another 1D model that models it, and then what's the other one? Then there's one other. So you have rain and you have two other models. So what they have done is calibrated in a 2-dimensional model to help the flow. Is that right? Okay, so we have a lot of information. So we have done a lot of work, right? And I know this is a bearer of bad news, but we could, right to the study updates, where are you going? Go ahead. You want to follow?
Yeah, so I realize, so you see the colors here? All of the colors here are the various portions of the big watershed that is the Nova Canal and it draining to the Halifax River. So anything that's not in one of those colored regions does not drain to the same system as the problems that we were investigating on this study.
So the answer is no.
Yes, in a very long-winded way.
I don't know exactly what you're talking about,
Without
but
just
I
saying
know.
no. No, it's good.
I just want the residents to know because I hear it all the time too.
Well, I just, because here we are tonight without the solution that we wanted. We, in large part, have supported that level of growth because we were hopeful that we would enlarge our tax base to a point that when you came in and you told us that you had a $200 million solution and that our portion of that bill was going to be $75 million. We thought that maybe over a 30-year, we being myself, over a 30-year period of time, all of the residents of Daytona Beach would be able to bear that burden to solve this problem. So a lot of people who have complained about that growth have said that we are in turn have caused the flooding, which I never believed. But unfortunately tonight, you have brought to us, and we appreciate your work, but you have brought to us, quite honestly, the worst news that I've ever had.
that's why I was on the plane for
It's not even
12 hours.
remotely close to anything else, because our biggest dream was that you would have a solution that we could work with, and and I don't begrudge you all, obviously. I think I'm speaking for the community. We appreciate your work, but if I said that I was anything, and I speak for this city, anything less than absolutely heartbroken right now, I would be lying.
We understand, and we have fought the fight. Mm-hmm. And you're looking at the guy who's still fighting the fight. Yeah. And we're still working on it. But that's why I wanted to bring these two gentlemen up with me, because I can't answer some of these questions, and they have deep knowledge because they've done the work. Mm-hmm. Right? He knows the policy. He knows the engineering. I mean, I guess I know the schmooze.
Well, you did good.
But I mean, I can understand and I can answer questions, but the biggest thing is I know it's bad news, and I know it's going to take time to process. Okay, and we'll look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from
I do,
Commissioner?
Mayor.
Go ahead.
So South Daytona did a lot of work with pumps, land acquisition, widening canals, pipe replacements, backflow devices. Is there anything we could do in the interim without big projects right now, at least to stop the water from coming into the neighborhoods?
So, as part of our proposed course of action that would give you that report, it would tell you how effective the things that we look at are. One of which is like putting in, we call them sluice gates, but they're more or less to stop the tide from coming up canals. How effective pump stations would be. Jason is planning on running various versions of canal improvements for the ones that are in your city. Recognizing you don't own them, but I am certain that the county would be behind having one of their canals improved for their citizens as well, especially if they're not paying for it, because that's how governments work.
And also, I'll also just mention that we've been working very, very closely with your city engineers, who are fantastic, by the way. And they have a contract with an engineering firm who I believe is doing exactly that for you all right now. Not the federal government, it's a private engineering firm. I know this because we've had several calls with them to try to determine, do we have any information that we can provide to them? We have, and did they have any that they can provide to us? So we've been sharing information along with this engineering firm. What I believe they are working on, and your engineering team can brief you all on this later, but they're working on, I think, more like bite-sized, small solutions to fix different areas and those costs associated with that. So we've handed off a lot of my modeling efforts to basically help also inform that engineering firm's modeling efforts, so that they can come back to you all through that contract, and I don't know the scope of that contract, to determine, hey, if you spend a couple million on this pipe, fixing that, changing this, doing that, you can solve this localized flooding. So I think there are, I guess, a long way of answering your question. I believe your engineering team is already working on, solutions to specific problems. I don't know exactly what they are.
And we're
They are
also
working
working with
on
the
that.
county too. We're
City
also
manager, can we have an update on what they're working on? Okay.
I have an odd question. Sometimes what we find is that, or what I've had residents tell me, is that when we fix something in one part, 2 blocks over, that a third street suddenly gets flooded. So if we're working within a contained square and we do little fixes, will the pressure push other places? Will the water find other places to go?
So
In that space, mind you.
potentially yes, but their model should and is robust enough to be able to determine will it.
Okay.
And so from any engineering perspective, but especially the federal government, you can't impose something that's going to cause harm downstream somewhere else, right? So we look very intently at that, and I'm guarantee that the engineering firm that they've hired is also looking at that.
And a matter of fact, that COA that we're talking about will definitely have that look and those downstream effects.
Commissioner?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Not the news I wanted, and I also want to thank Congressman Walsh at the time and General Ernie Odino for pushing so hard for you guys to come here. But I would like to hear from Justin and Shannon, and we do have the county here as well, how to proceed, and if they want to do this as well, proceed and get as much information that we can. Are you
Shannon?
okay with that? And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the bad news.
No.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Ponitz, Utilities Director. The study that the city's currently
Right
underway with is through the Transform 386 program. So the county's actually our partner with this study. And it is a citywide study. And the idea of this study is to look at where we can make improvements to improve areas the most we can. And sometimes it's going to be a smaller storm event. When you are still looking at this area that the Army Corps has been studying for 2 years, this study that we're doing right now is not going to show results that we can fix that area. You might be able to improve things for smaller events, but when you have the catastrophic floods, the hurricanes that we've seen, those improvements aren't going to help that. And Ben, you can talk if you want to add anything to that. I've been here 26 years. We have a lot of problems. And I know because I get the complaints. One of the problems the city has, and I don't think we're the only city that has this problem, is there is private stormwater systems all over town that nobody maintains. Okay, and if you don't maintain it, it's not going to work. And I'm being honest. So it's not just the public infrastructure that needs to be improved. The private property stormwater management ponds need to be maintained. That's my opinion. I'm sorry.
And that's including HOAs too.
Correct. Correct. So everybody needs to do their part, or the flooding can get worse because that's how drainage works. It goes over land. It goes, if you have a ditch and you got trees in the middle of the ditch and it's all piled up, nobody's ever cleaned it out, it's not going to work
Just
as well.
recently, the one over at the public shopping center, I've been working with that one for over a year, and it was like built in 1980s.
Right.
And we just finally figured out who owned it, and we had to go through St. John's, DEP. I mean, actually, thanks to Public Works, they have someone in there that found it. But
Yeah, So I don't want to give anybody false hope that we're going to come in with this other study and come up with a solution for the area that they're studying. I just don't want to do that. If we can find areas that have flooding during smaller events, and it's something that we can add pipe and inlets and fix those problems, that's really where we're going to get the biggest bang for the buck. But it's not going to be in this core area.
Yeah.
The reason why I ask, because I know I have residents that tell me, South Daytona did all this work, which I have a copy for everybody that I'll give you, what they've done. So I just want to know why we're not able to do some sort of improvements.
I think the
I-
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. I am not familiar with everything South Daytona has done, but I will say that I know for a fact, because I know people that flooded during those events in South Daytona. So I can't really speak to the specifics of it. I mean, you could spend a whole lot of money and still have flooding. I think that's the message I want to say. I mean, that's
Mr.
just the reality.
do we
Mr.
need
Bartlett,
to-
ain't there a website you have up of every, I believe, since I was in that storm mitigation?
Yes, ma'am. Ben Bartlett, Volusia County Public Works Director. We do have a website. We're actually working on a dashboard that's more interactive that will show all the projects that we're doing, not just the county, but cities can contribute so residents can go look at the dashboard and see what's being done in their area, not just by the county, by the city that they live in. It'll show projects, the stormwater studies that Shannon referred to, as well as maintenance things that are going on. We're pretty close to having that up and running. What I will say about the study, through Transform 386 and the CDBG-DR program, the county has been able to disperse quite a bit of money to fund not just capital projects, stormwater projects, but also a lot of the drainage studies that we're talking about here today. And one of those studies is a citywide stormwater master plan for the city of Daytona Beach that's looking at the entirety of the city as a whole. The city's actually one of the more complicated areas in terms of drainage, as you've heard tonight. It's split up into basically 4 different basins. It drains the Tomoka River, the B19 Canal, the Nova Canal, and then you have your beachside drainage. And so we're modeling all of that so that we'll be able to identify vulnerable areas and hopefully come up with cost-effective projects that can mitigate for flooding. And as Shannon said, come up with projects that we can do that will alleviate localized flooding, but also maybe think big picture in some of these areas where you have larger flooding. One instance, the B19 canal starts at the airport, flows south. There's been some flooding issues here in Daytona along the B19. That's a county-maintained canal, flows through Port Orange. We're studying the entirety of that canal so that if we make an improvement maybe down in Port Orange, we can see the benefit up here in Daytona Beach. We can model that and see, is this a project that not just benefits the citizens of Port Orange, but might have tangible benefits upstream of those in Daytona? And then basically we're creating a regional project there, right? Port Orange benefits, the county on a county-maintained canal, and the city of Daytona Beach benefits. We're looking at the Nova Canal in the same way. So while we're modeling the Nova Canal, the consultant that the Army Corps gentleman spoke of is CDM Smith, who's working on the citywide study that Transform 386 is paying for. They've been in touch, working with Army Corps, getting their information, using that to dial in the model for the city. But we're also modeling it at Holly Hill, we're modeling it at South Daytona, and we're modeling the Nova Canal in Port Orange, so that when we're done, we're going to have a basin-wide model of the Nova Canal, so that if there is a project, we can model it. Let's say it's something with the Navy Canal, to do something there. Does it have tangible benefits in places like Holly Hill, places like Port Orange and South Daytona, or to make sure it doesn't impact those cities in a negative way? So when we come out of these models or come out of these studies, they're centralized, they're all gonna be talking to each other, and we're gonna have a way to see what improvements can be made. Now, some of these improvements are, like he spoke about, $200 million projects, but we're still going to look at that and say, if you do this, it's going to lower the peak flood stage by X amount of feet, or it's going to protect X amount of homes. That doesn't mean that we can get there. $200 million is a lot of money, but maybe, on those larger projects, we can go out and get help. I mean, the Nova Canal, for instance, that's an FDOT canal that runs through Holly Hill, Daytona, South Daytona, Port Orange. It outfalls through 3 county-maintained canals, LPGA, which they called 11th Street, Reed Canal, which is not South Daytona, it's actually the county, and then the Halifax Canal. So if we can generate a model that identifies projects that benefit all these different agencies, make it a regional project, then bring in, state partners and things like that. Maybe we can work together to get some money to do some of these projects. That's the goal. I'm not here, like Shannon said, I'm not here to promise pie in the sky and say we're going to get it done. What I'm going to tell you is we're going to have the tools in the toolbox to be able to look at these basins, identify the vulnerabilities, develop a series of projects, and then from then on, it's about partnering together and going out and finding that funding to get those projects done.
Do you have a time frame of when these models may be finished?
I forget the time frame on the Daytona model. I mean, most of them are underway. We have 30 studies, I believe, underway right now through Transform 386. Some have just kicked off. The Daytona one, we met a couple weeks ago. They're actually halfway through. They've got all the models up and running. It's a big effort because you got to go out and you got to get all the data. You got to go out in the field, exactly what a gentleman from the Army Corps talked about, and you got to verify the model is working and making sure that what the results are match the conditions we saw. But I would anticipate towards the end of this calendar year, you're going to see a lot of these studies come to completion, or at least to a point where we will have some ideas on some projects that maybe we can pursue that are cost effective.
So does it get presented by the county, or will the city come back to us and let us know that there's an opportunity? How does it work?
Probably the county.
We have meetings built in, public meetings, as well as presentations to commissions if necessary on the results of those studies. I forget exactly what's in the scope, but it does include those types of meetings that either present to the public or present to the commission or both. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I've got 30 of them in my mind right now.
But it will come from the county?
Yeah, because of the nature of the CDBG-DR funding, the county is running these projects on behalf of the cities because of subrecipient issues. We can't just give the money out and all the federal dollars that are attached to it. One other note I'd like to make, and you heard a lot of talk about benefit cost analysis, BCR, benefit cost ratio. It's important, even in the money we hand out for Transform 386 projects, that one-to-one BCR is very important because you can't use federal funds on projects that don't meet that one-to-one BCR. So when we're doing the studies, there's some preliminary engineering, there's some preliminary costs identified for these projects to make sure we're not recommending a series of projects that don't meet that BCR.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartlett, what Shannon was talking about, other storm drainage owned by HOAs and private entities, we have talked about that in some of the meetings with the storm mitigation with all the cities. And then I've heard you, I watch all the county meetings, but I've heard you guys talking about that. I think your lawyers are going back to see what kind of authority we have to have HOAs fix their storm drains. Is that correct?
Yes, that was requested by one of the council members at the last meeting to have our legal staff look at what options are available, what's allowed under the law in terms of enforcement for private stormwater systems.
Okay, so after they're done looking at that, could we pass that along to our attorney as well, so we can look at that?
I will pass that along to our legal staff to make sure they reach out to Mr. Gross.
I just want to thank you for sharing this information tonight, because some of us have always been of the mindset that it was a regional issue, that it wasn't just Daytona, that water is coming from other areas. So I think the citizens are glad to hear that we're looking at it from a regional perspective from the other cities and how they pour into us.
And thank you for that. And I just want to say, this notion that water's coming from a county canal or a state canal, there's water coming into those there are conveyance systems that we just, the Navy Canal has the name because I think we all know who dug it back in the day. So, so, they're just conveyance systems that move water. And that water comes from a multitude of different areas. And that's one thing you see through these models. You can see the delineation in the basins and where that water comes from. It comes from private neighborhoods, it comes from public streets and all kinds of things. And it just gets channelized into those particular conveyance systems. I think the key is to remember, instead of pointing fingers at whose water it is to try to come up with solutions and to those problems that benefit everybody.
And then I think the mayor asked the question, which he already knew, and they kind of answered. The development on the west side, like Pelican Bay, that goes through the B19. It's all different, so that is not causing this problem, correct?
The drainage out along LPGA flows to the Tomoka River. It's in the Tomoka Basin, and actually your study that we're doing for the city will show which areans drain where,
Correct.
and you will have a very clear picture of that. And I look forward to
Well, I was talking
presenting
about
that to y'all. So you can
Pelican
see.
Bay area, we actually go all the way to Port Orange, out by the fly-in, correct?
Yeah, B19 flows
Right.
all the way down through
that
Port
was-
Orange to Spruce Creek.
And that was the Mosquito Lagoon Canal, right? A mosquito,
It's a former mosquito control canal.
correct. Thank you.
Mayor,
you all.
Mayor,
Yes,
one
sir.
more thing. I wasn't pointing fingers. I just want to see if there's a cost-sharing opportunity that we could look into.
Yeah, no, I wasn't directed at you. I just hear that a lot. It's the county's water, it's the city's water, it's the state's water, those kinds of things. I think it's definitely important that we all partner together.
Thank you.
But
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 7, which is citizen comments. This is the opportunity for citizens to address the city commission on any item on the consent agenda. My first speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Malcolm Williams.
That wasn't good news.
Okay.
Yeah, we got, that's, those people just on forever flood.
All right, let's take our seat, let's reconvene. We know it's... All right, John.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. On item O, it's the only thing I have an issue on, and it was on the last CRA agenda. It's comparing the CRA with the CBBG and whatnot. The question is, who pays what? Again, I've raised an issue for the last 30 years. If the CRA does, or they do work for the CRA, and they do it in Midtown, who pays for it? If they do it in South Atlantic, who pays for it? If they do it on Ballou Road, who pays for it? To me, if they do work on Ballou Road, then it comes out of Ballou Road funding. It does not come out of beachside funding, which is what Jim Chisholm did, all right? Many of the things came out of beachside funding because he said, you have all the money, therefore, we'll use your money. So in this, where is the funding coming from when they do work with the CRA? Because I'm presuming the CBB will pay their share, and then our CRAs will pay their share. And then how do we divide the CRA fair share equitably? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Malcolm Williams, and on deck is Doyle Lewis.
Good evening, everybody. I want to say I'm very well aware the presence that I'm in, so I might get in trouble for this statement. But I'm speaking on the funds for Bethune-Cookman. And this is why I'm upset with this. I believe it was last meeting, and I believe it was the senior class. That senior class, which graduates this weekend, pretty much are going to be gone. Now, I'm not upset about the funding. What I am upset about is 2 months ago, I personally reached out to every commissioner about our spring break and our events. committee to get it formed. I would pretty much like to have those same students have an input in what we do and how we handle special events, especially spring break. We throwing $15,000 at them, but you won't give them a seat at the table. I don't like that. That's just how I personally feel. And I believe this group came for their first meeting, last meeting, and on this meeting, we're granting them $15,000 for a digital signing board on private property. When we could take those same students, give them a seat at the table, and help direct how we, like I said to some of you guys, how is it that some students from Bethune-Cookman, Embry-Riddle, or whatever, can bring in 9,000 people from 6 different states, and we get upset about it because the city was not prepared? Let's bring those people back to the table. I sent you guys all emails. I think I spoke to everybody except for the mayor, except for Commissioner Strickland, which I reached out to. And I think you guys are the only 2 I haven't personally talked to about it. But I emailed everybody. Like I said, these seniors, they're graduating this weekend. We're gonna give them the money. They're gonna do their senior project, gonna get their board out. But what are we losing? We're losing their input on how we direct our special events, our spring breaks, how we can move forward with those same student input. Give them a seat at the table and don't just throw money at them. Thank you.
May I address that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
May I
ma'am.
address that? Glad you brought that up. I actually reached out to Bethune, and yes, I have spoken with you. I reached out to the Bethune-Cookman senior class president of 2627, and I happen to have a vacancy on the Parks and Recs board for Zone 3. And I asked him if he had any students who would be residents who would be interested in serving on that board, and his response was that yes, he had an interest. So yes, I think it's a very good idea. I think it's a good thing to have the students on the board.
Okay, our next speaker is Doyle Lewis.
Good evening, Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach, United States. I came here to talk about funding on contracts, and 8I was one of those. There's 2 or 3 contractors in that 8I agenda item. I never really seen anything that was advertised for that. This is the first time I'm actually seeing this come up. That's a concern of mine, but I've probably just missed it. And I'm also talking on 8P, affordable senior housing, low-income senior citizens, affordable period. That definitely needs your attention and support for our senior citizens. They worked a long time, saved their money, and the ones that don't have much money left, they need your support, the citizen support, so they can have a life. Thank you very much. Doyle Lewis.
That was my last speaker on the consent agenda.
Also, Mayor and Commissioners, we're asking that you separate 8O from the consent agenda because that was the only item that did not get a unanimous. So 8O dealt with the financial advisory technical assistance. So I'm asking for that to be pulled in a separate vote for 8O on the consent agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept the consent agenda minus 8O.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments?
I do, Mayor, about AP as in Paul, the item that Doyle just spoke on. So since we're releasing, I guess, the lien on this property, how long is this property supposed to remain senior housing? Do we have that confirmed?
Commissioner, I don't know the answer to that, but actually we've already released the lien previously. The lien was recorded twice in the public records. The first time we were asked to release it, we weren't aware of this additional recordation. So this is just a housekeeping item.
So we released it already and we don't know how long this is going to say senior housing?
I don't have an answer for you, but we previously released the lien. This is a housekeeping item to get rid of a cloud on title. I think they satisfied all their requirements, which is why the commission was asked to release the lien previously.
When was it released previously?
According to the staff report, the agreement was entered into in 2005, and in 2023, the city forgave the $112,000 loan that was approved in 2005 and released the deed restrictions.
Can we pull this item to see if this is going to remain senior housing?
Sure.
If I
I
could
don't
get a
think that's
second.
necessary.
No.
Is there nothing in
I
the
don't think
backup?
that's necessary. I don't normally mind, but this is a simple.
And Ben, as you stated, you said the city released this already, and this is just a housekeeping?
Housekeeping, yes.
It's housekeeping because we didn't know it at the time, but it had been recorded twice, and we didn't mention the
Correct.
second set of recording information applicable to this when we released it.
And they're not obligated for it to continue to be senior housing. They've met their obligations. We hope that they leave it as it is, but we don't have a choice.
I think I can give you a little bit more information. The resolution that we adopted in 2023 reads as follows. We entered into the security agreement in 2005, in which the city provided the developer a $112,000 loan toward Finley's cost of developing Meeting House at Daytona, repayment of which is to be forgiven if Finley operates the development exclusively as affordable senior housing for a period of until June 30th, 2028. We're not, that is the subject of a separate security interest. What was being released was the security interest on the loan. When we forgave the loan, in consideration of their commitment to operate the housing for 2028, we had to release the lien on the loan.
Right, but they're selling the property, so they're only required to have senior housing until 2028? Is that what you're saying?
Here's another line from the 2023 resolution. The developer also received federal low-income housing tax credit administered by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation in the development of that, and those tax credits require the housing to be maintained as housing for low and very low-income persons until 2038. So in order to meet the tax credit requirements, they have to actually operate it as affordable housing through 2038.
And it,
Yeah.
and it was filed twice, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that satisfied? Okay. All right.
And we have a motion and a second to approve the consent
I'll make,
agenda.
I'll make the motion.
Or no, I mean, we have one, Commissioner Reed and Commissioner May.
And then we
just
took
need to
one thing
vote.
off. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take 8O at this time. So it's the Redevelopment Neighborhood Services, CRA Financial Advisory, CDBG Home Technical Assistance Service Agreement. This is a resolution. A resolution approving a professional services agreement with Ask Development Solutions, Inc. to provide financial advisory services supporting community redevelopment agency initiatives and technical assistance for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership programs, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the reference documents and providing an effective date.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay. You have any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, we have no public hearings, so we're going to move on to item number 10, which is our introduction of ordinances. This is for city comments and questions only. Get to where I'm going. We're going to move on to item 10A, which is the Growth Management Planning Department, Avalon Park, Daytona Voluntary Annexation. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance annexing into the city of Daytona Beach 27.26 plus or minus acres of land generally located south of West Granada Boulevard between South Timber Creek Road and Interstate 95, approximately 300 feet east of the southern terminus of the River Bend Road, redefining the territorial boundaries of the city of Daytona Beach to include the property, redesignating the boundaries of Zone 4 of the city of Daytona Beach to include the property, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date, And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
I'd just like to make a, you know what? No, I'll wait till the next, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so the public hearing and final action is May 20th. Moving on to 10B, it's the Growth Management Planning Department, Avalon Park, Daytona, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance adopting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with Section 163.3187 of the Florida statutes with regard to 27.3 plus or minus acres of property generally located east and adjacent to ISB and the I-4 on-ramp, amending the future land use map designation for this property from Volusia County low-intensity urban and environmental systems corridor to mixed use, amending the future land use element neighborhood B development policy to limit development on the property to 80 residential units and 479,448 square feet of non-residential space, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. Are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item? The public hearing and final action is set for May 20th. Moving on to item 10C, it's a Growth Management Planning Department, Avalon Park, Planned Development General. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance amending the zoning map of the Land Development Code to rezone 2,841 plus or minus acres of property generally located along North Timber Creek Road, south of West Granada Boulevard, and west of Interstate 95 from Tomoka Parcel A, Minto Tomoka Parcel A, Planned Development General, Volusia County within city limits, and Volusia County Rural Residential and Resource Corridor within county limits to the Avalon Planned Development General, approving the Avalon Park Planned District Agreement to allow a mixed-use development with 8,818 residential dwelling units and 1,091,150 square feet of non-residential uses, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
I would like to make some comments and actually bring Dennis up. I actually pretty much know the answers, but I want the public to make sure they know what's going on. So in 2018, we already have 3,250 units already approved that they did not need to come back, correct?
That's Dennis Rozek, Planning Director. That's correct. The Minto Tomoka Parcel A Plan District Agreement was approved in 2018
Okay.
with those numbers.
And then what they are doing is the 8,818 homes, instead of coming back each phase, they want us to approve all the phases at once, but they cannot start the next phase unless all the infrastructure is in place, which I think they're putting in about $125 million with the road improvements. And then also the hand overpass, and that'll be with the county and the state. I think that's about $75 million. And also they're gonna give land for a police substation, a land for a substation for the fire department, and also a land if there needs to be a school, like a charter school or something, correct?
They'd work with the school district
Correct.
on that. But yes, you're correct. The Avalon Daytona Long Range Transportation Improvement Plan that was approved by the City Commission and by the County Council includes a phasing plan where they have to complete the infrastructure improvements before they would be able to advance to the next phase. There's a timing to it. They can do the infrastructure first before they even start those phases, but they do have to have the infrastructure in place. And the first phase would include extending Timber Creek from where the Margaritaville is, where that terminus is, up to Avalon Park Boulevard, and then Avalon Park Boulevard will continue up to State Road 40 to Granada. So that first phase will include a connection up to State Road 40.
Yeah, there's a lot of my residents looking forward to that over at Margaritaville. And this is also probably about a 20-year, 25-year span, most likely, too.
Most likely, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, the public hearing and final action is set for May 20th. Going to move on to item 10D. It's a Growth Management and Planning Department, North Shore of Daytona Beach Voluntary Annexation. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance annexing into the city of Daytona Beach 11.15 plus or minus acres of land generally located along the southwest side of West International Speedway Boulevard, south of the southerly terminus of LPJ Boulevard, redefining the territorial boundaries of the city of Daytona Beach to include the property, redesignating the boundaries of Zone 4 of the city of Daytona Beach to include the property, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there questions or comments from the commission on this item?
No, but you know what? I forgot one thing. This is a developer as well. I want to go back to Avalon. This is a developer that is actually going to probably have a home and actually live in the community. It's not someone that's just leaving. So just wanted to put that out there as well.
And if there aren't any additional questions or comments on this item, the public hearing and final action is set for May 20th. Okay, that concludes our introduction of ordinances. We're going to move on to item number 11, which is our administrative items. Our first item is a city attorney's office discussion on short-term rentals.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ben.
Sorry about that, commissioners. A few meetings ago, you asked our office to prepare a legal memo regarding whether the city is preempted by state law from amending the land development code to allow vacation rentals in certain zoning districts in which they're not currently located. We also discussed addressing the question, all right, so if we were to adopt that kind of an ordinance and it was later invalidated because it was preempted, what would be the effect on our existing land development code regulations? So our land development code regulations have basically one restriction on vacation rentals. We allow them in certain districts and not in others. And that regulatory scheme has basically been in effect since June 1, 2011, which means our existing regulations are grandfathered in from a provision of state law that says you can't, as a local government, adopt regulations now after June 1, 2011 that would restrict the frequency or duration of the rental of vacation rental units. So we're grandfathered in currently. The question on the table is if we were to amend the land development code now to add vacation rentals in other zoning districts, would we be preempted? So we've generated that memo. I know that just came out to you today, and we can discuss this further if you want to read it after this meeting. But our office's short answer as to the first question is we're probably not preempted. The plain reading of the statute only prohibits regulations that affect the duration and frequency of short-term rentals. Adopting the ordinance that we're talking about wouldn't change the duration or frequency of short-term rentals. It would just merely change where they can be located. However, there are no cases in Florida that definitively answer that question. And so while we think we're likely not preempted, there's a possibility that a court could disagree. And keep in mind that we previously asked the Attorney General for an opinion on a similar issue in 2022 regarding overlay zoning. And to our surprise, the Attorney General issued an opinion in that case that if we adopted an overlay zoning district in a specific area of the city, that would likely be preempted. I'm not sure that we agree with the Attorney General on that, but we respect their opinion. Their opinions are given deference in the courts. They're not binding. They don't determine what a court would do. We think that the question at hand is distinguishable from that because we're talking about just adding vacation rentals into one or more of our base zoning districts, which can be located anywhere. But again, the only thing that we've got other than the plain reading of the statute to rely on is an Attorney General opinion that we think is distinguishable, but if it was applied, it could be an issue. The more important question here is if we were to proceed with that ordinance and a court were to preempt it, what would be the impact on our existing regulations? And as our memo points out, we don't believe that would impact on our existing regulations. And in fact, there's an Attorney General opinion that was given to another city in 2019 that basically states that a similar ordinance adopted after the preemption went into effect, if it was preempted, wouldn't affect your existing regulations. However, again, there is no definitive case on this. That Attorney General opinion would be persuasive to a court, but it isn't binding. I would say that I have a higher comfort level on the second issue than on the first, but we believe that A, the ordinance would not be preempted, and B, even if that ordinance allowing vacation rentals in certain districts was preempted, it wouldn't put at risk our existing regulatory scheme. It would only undo that ordinance if that happened in the worst case scenario. However, there aren't any guarantees. And so there is a risk that if you adopt that ordinance, I can't tell you that there's no way in heck that a court wouldn't A, hold the ordinance preempted, and B, if we were challenged, somebody might seek to use that as an opportunity to get the court to throw out our whole set of regulations. The risk is low, in my opinion, but it's a non-zero risk. When you asked our office to write that opinion for you a few meetings ago, the idea was we would take that opinion and then seek an opinion from the Attorney General. And the Attorney General requires you to have my opinion to review before you ask for their opinion. As I wrote in my cover memo to our legal opinion today, I'm not sure that you would be well advised to seek an Attorney General opinion on this issue, because there is already an Attorney General opinion that addresses the larger issue in our favor. And we're not going to get any more definitive than the Attorney General opinion that's already been issued that says it's unlikely that invalidating an ordinance after 2011 is going to preempt your existing scheme. So you wouldn't get an Attorney General opinion that would help you any more than the opinion that you've already gotten. One thing I want to point out, if, at this point you can decide, do you want to proceed with an ordinance that would allow vacation rentals in certain zoning districts? You could do that. You could, again, direct me to send the memo off to the Attorney General for their own opinion on those two issues. There is a third option that applies regardless of which of those two decisions you make. And that's an option that I'm very confident would not be preempted and would not put at risk our existing zoning regulations, because it's an option that has existed in our land development code and is grandfathered in since June 1, 2011. And that is, any property owner in the city has the ability to seek a planned development agreement with the city to allow development and use of property in a way that's not normally permitted, including uses not normally permitted, including vacation rentals. So in a nutshell, I can't give you a ironclad, lock it down, there's no doubt answer on the question that was originally asked. I don't think the ordinance would be preempted. More importantly, I don't think the preemption of that ordinance allowing for vacation rentals in existing districts would put at risk our existing scheme. And of course, if a court invalidated the entire scheme, that means vacation rentals can go anywhere where a single family dwelling is located. That would be the risk. I think that's a low risk. But if you decide that's too serious a risk to handle, then the alternative is to allow people to seek approval of these through a planned development agreement. That's a summary. I've sent you the memo. You may want to read through the memo and figure out how you want to proceed at a later date. I just wanted to give you an overview.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did you say that we could hear on a case-by-case basis whether we wanted to allow a change such as we've considered as it relates to vacation rentals?
You could hear on a case-by-case basis whether you want to rezone a property to planned development, and in that planned development agreement allow a vacation rental. And the reason, I'm sorry, Mayor, the reason why you can do that is because that regulation existed prior to June 1, 2011. It's grandfathered in. It's exempt from the preemption provision that we're discussing.
How long have we known that?
That's been true forever. We've actually done at least one planned development agreement, I think in the last 10 years, where the developer included vacation rentals as one of the permitted uses.
Well, this is an important question, and that's an important distinction. that maybe I misunderstood in the past. And for those of you who are here and may not understand what this means for us and what the consideration is, and for me, why I've asked for this sort of clarification over the years. A number of years ago, maybe 8 years, I don't know how long ago, I took a group of residents on what I called the mayor's community engagement venture.
3 years
So we
ago.
walked between Main Street and International. And I'm going somewhere with all of this. We walked between Main Street and International to see if there was an appetite to make that area a vacation rental friendly area. Main Street all the way to International on Beachside. There was a reasonably strong interest in folks doing that from my door-to-door walk. Now, what you're saying is, and this is something that I want this commission to think about, because I'm in favor of us, even if we don't have the risk. Because the one thing we don't want to risk is we do not want to take the entire community and risk the idea that we don't get to control vacation rentals everywhere. But since you're saying that we could do it on a case-by-case basis, what I would say, and we don't have any problem with that, because it won't be any risk to throwing out the whole.
In my opinion, there would be no risk because we're only applying an existing land development code regulation that's been in effect and therefore is grandfathered in, and therefore it would not be subject to the preemption provision.
Okay, I'm not gonna, I'm in favor.
Well, Mayor, it was 3 years ago, and I believe a lot of us were in favor.
But I'm saying what I'm in favor of tonight, and because I've been in favor of it 8 years, but I think we have a prescription. What I'm in favor of is taking that area, we don't have to define it tonight, but I would like staff to consider coming back with an area, and that's the geographical area that I'm interested in, and saying that we could then have a policy that we would hear any request to change the land development code in that area and allow us to hear it on a case-by-case basis. That therefore prohibits us from being at risk of opening ourselves up to any possibility.
Mayor, that policy that you're talking about in which you would entertain the idea of allowing PDs in only a certain area, I think that policy would violate the preemption. The reality is right now, anybody in any location in the city could, through the plan development process, seek your approval to rezone their property to plan development, and in that plan development agreement, obtain your approval, and plan development's required this commission's approval to operate a vacation rental.
So don't make a policy, but then have staff to let folks know that we're agreeable to it in this area. How do we, or just don't say anything and just allow it?
Wait a minute, what about HOAs?
No, it doesn't.
It wouldn't include that, correct?
Anybody can ask to.
I know, but if the HOA bylaws do not allow that, then what happens?
Well,
we have private communities like Margaritaville, Pelican Bay.
We have a process for amending plan development agreements. It's a very complicated process that, among other things, requires notice to be given to an HOA. In those communities where the HOA bylaws prohibit vacation rentals, the HOA would then have the authority to enforce their bylaws on a property owner, even assuming that you granted that property owner the ability to do a vacation rental, because those private restrictions are separately enforceable by the HOA.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get to is, how do we, and is this something that you all, I'm interested in it, so when someone shows up to me and say that, I'm in this area, I want to encourage that, and I'll explain why. We know that that's been an area that has been blighted, is undervalued. The valuations are nowhere near what they should be. If you turn them into vacation rental areas, I believe that it's going to explode the investment in that community It will create the walkable neighborhoods that we want, where people are able to come in and visit, to rent these spaces, looking for spaces that they can then walk to. I believe that it is one of the main prescriptions for revitalizing Main Street and East ISB. So my point is, do we not need to say anything, or because we don't want to have a rule, but how do we then promote the idea that we're open to this? Yes, sir.
I think, and I get frequent conversations about that area between East ISB and Oak Ridge, east of, say, Halifax. Why don't y'all do something about that neighborhood? That neighborhood is bad. Fix that neighborhood up. The city can't afford to go in and buy those houses and fix them up. However, I agree with you. If we allow them to be used for short-term rental, people will come in that are in that business, buy those properties, turn them into something nice that can turn them a profit. They can make money off of it, and it will improve that neighborhood tremendously, because now, and I always get in trouble when I say things like this, but that's a tough neighborhood in there. In some of those houses, they've been cut up into 5 and 6 apartments, and you know, all kinds of things go on over there that are nefarious. It would be nice to have private money come in and do that, because we can't afford to do that as a city and fix that neighborhood up.
And I totally agree as well. I was in that business. You can't rent it out on Airbnb unless it's nice. The reviews and everything else.
One more thing. Where was the property that you mentioned, Mr. Attorney, that was built and short-term rental was included in their development agreement? Where was that? When was that?
I think it was in the last 7 or 8 years, and I think it was one of the larger planned developments west of I-95. It included vacation rentals. I see Mr. Merrill's in the audience, and the one thing that I recall is it might have been one of the developments that his firm worked on. I don't remember which one it was. I think it might have been Margaritaville. Yeah.
If I'm understanding this, it wouldn't just, we keep speaking about a segment, which is in Zone 3. We keep speaking about a segment. But if I'm understanding what you're saying, this would be open to the entire city. Anybody who wants to get a PD could in fact get a PD. It's not just that area. Is that correct?
It would require your approval. Now, and so every rezoning requires consideration of the following. Is the proposed use compatible with the surrounding permitted and authorized uses? That's a case-by-case determination. If you were to deny the request, every rezoning is then defensible, so long as there's also evidence on the record that the existing zoning is also compatible with surrounding existing and permitted uses. PDs require one additional consideration, and that is this in the public interest? Is there a public benefit? That's something that that we give lip service to in a standard rezoning, but it applies more directly, on PDs.
Okay. So if I have an area that's already stable, right, but the person there wants to have a short-term rental, the public interest isn't necessarily there. We're not doing it to improve the area. The area is already improved. They just want to use it as a short-term rental. The rest of the neighborhood says that's not what we want. Neighbors north, south, east, west say no. What happens then?
Sounds like if you have evidence to support the denial because it's incompatible with the character of the neighborhood, that you would deny that request.
But what does character of neighborhood mean? What does that mean exactly?
It means what you just said.
So if residents come up and they said, we are neighbors to this property and we are not in agreement with this. So if enough neighbors come up, and what is that threshold that says we don't want this where we live?
It's based on whether you believe that the use is consistent with the surrounding uses, which is always true for a PD.
So I know that I have parts of Zone 3 that would be in favor of this, and I know that there are parts that would not be in favor of this.
I do too. I do too, and I also know that neighborhoods and you know, I didn't campaign on this, but we have a beach side that belongs to Daytona Beach. And from my perspective, and I'm just talking things out in my own head, I believe that we also have an obligation to do something to make that community move towards its potential. And when you look at it, if you drive there and you ride through that neighborhood and you go to other areas of Florida, and their beachside doesn't look like that. And ours should not either. And when it does, it is not only a blight, but it's also a stain, and it inhibits our entire beachside and all of Daytona Beach, because our beachside should be the crown jewel of the city in terms of the way that it looks, the values that it demands, the price that it is it costs to be able to rent a space there. And since they're not doing it on their own, I believe that we have an obligation to all of Daytona Beach to help that community to reach its destiny. And so I'm looking forward to finding some ways to have that before us so that we can have a decision. And if the residents come up, and which they will, and I already know where my thresholds are. I have an idea. It's not something that I want to see in other parts of the community. And so I know my thresholds. I know this is an area that I want to see it. Yes.
Mayor, unfortunately, I think that what you're specifically talking about was what the Attorney General previously advised us would be preempted.
Yeah.
Because we specifically proposed an overlay zoning district in the core beachside area.
I know.
And the Attorney General said it was preempted, and based in part on the fact that some people in that area would be able to obtain approval for that, but people outside that area and subject to the same base zoning district could not get that approval. So no matter how you slice it, if you were to adopt a policy that would only entertain...
No, we don't want a policy.
If you were to adopt a policy or a rule that would only entertain vacation rentals in a specific geographic location, I think based on the Attorney General opinion that we've already received, that would be problematic. You know, the question that I was asked recently has to do with base zoning districts. Mm-hmm. And any property can be rezoned from one, with the exception of our redevelopment districts, from one base zoning district to another, no matter where it is, whether it's beachside or otherwise. Okay. Which is one of the reasons why I think we could distinguish that question from the question that the Attorney General already answered for us. There is one other thing to consider if you were to decide that you did want to add vacation rentals as a permitted use in, say, the RP zoning district, right? And that begs the question, what properties are zoned RP? Anybody could ask for their property to be rezoned RP tomorrow, and then they would have that use available to them, right? And this is something that we mentioned to the commission in 2021 when the question came up. If you were to add vacation rentals to that RP zoning district, once you've added it, you can't take it out. That would violate the preemption. Mm-hmm. So, which is another advantage of doing something through a PD. You know, that requires an agreement between the property owner and the city. You know, in answer to your question about how the city might facilitate this kind of process, this is something I talked about with Mr. Morris, and I don't know if he, I know he's given some thought to tweaking PD procedures along those lines, and he might be able to address something like that for you.
I have another question. What's the typical cost of getting a PD, and how long does it take? Mr. Morris.
Mayor and Commission, Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager. Let me get your question first, Mayor. There's some variability in the answer to your question, Commissioner. Okay. So from the perspective of using the PDs, we think it would be an effective way to do it. We think there's a way that the Commission can consider the question of rezoning to PD and take into account neighborhood conditions and other things that Commissioner May mentioned. In respect to the PD for basically a lot, we think we can do something from a format perspective that would be simpler and less expensive than the normal PD that you see. And it's something we've only just been discussing, so I'm going to abbreviate the answer, Mayor. You've had enough time today for a lot of other things. From a standpoint of the commission, if you charge us to go back and draft some things and bring them back to you where you get attorney input so we can show you how it could be done procedurally to implement a PD approach, we can do that. You'll have much better chance of opportunity to think about it. And we'll have an opportunity to have staff discussion, also look at comp plan policies as well as zoning requirements and procedures, and give you a much more complete ability to consider things. So in this evening, if you said to us, staff, go and work on this project and come back to us, give us 60 days to do that, roughly speaking, we can do that, and you'll have a chance to think a lot more about it between now and then. We'll have a chance to draft and try to answer your questions more specifically. But we do think from a perspective of the PD in that approach, Mr. Strickland, it could be much less complicated and less expensive and to a certain extent a fill-in-the-blank process that still provides room for tailoring to meet circumstances to make something compatible with adjacent property.
So you got a dollar amount?
Yes, sir, I don't.
And do you have approximate time it would take to do that?
It would take roughly the same time as any other rezoning, and it would be done as something much more simple and much less scope than you see from most zoning requests that you see.
Thank you.
One other point, you don't have to apply the PD process in place now or as might be modified later in lieu of seeking an attorney general opinion. You can still seek an attorney general opinion. As I mentioned, I think the more important of the two questions isn't whether an ordinance adding these as uses in a district is preempted. The more important question is, would the preemption and invalidation of that ordinance strike your whole existing set of regulations out? And there already is an attorney general opinion on that issue. Doesn't mean you can't ask for an attorney general opinion again, but I don't think it really moves the bar anywhere for you compared to what you have right now.
We think there is a way, staff-wise and planning staff, we think there's a way to work with the things Ben has laid out. And Mayor, I haven't forgotten walking that neighborhood with you and also your desire to do that. And this seemed to me like it was a tool to hit that first objective that I remember early on in my work with the city directly that you were interested in. We'd like to have the opportunity to draft and bring some ideas back to the commission, let you have all the input that you could possibly have, and then see whether you think it's a good idea. So tonight, the suggestion is send us out, give us a mission, we'll come back and answer your question to the best of our ability.
Yeah, I think so.
Mayor, I have a question.
Disagreement, yes.
For RDB, which, is it RDB 1 that's residential?
Commissioner, I'm not prepared to go through all the zones with you. I couldn't answer you.
Not all of them, I'm asking about
I
one.
can't answer you on that one. I have to
Okay.
get a book and
So
see.
would we be able to find out what the residential is for the RDB, which is redevelopment beachside, and add short-term uses, short-term rentals as a use for that item?
Commissioner, I give me a minute to check, but I'm pretty sure vacation rentals are already an authorized use in almost all of the redevelopment districts. I don't know if they're authorized in that one, but give me a minute to look and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, isn't that the area that they're requesting to have short-term rentals?
No, ma'am.
No?
It's much bigger than that.
So something else I want us to think about, if your neighbor's allowed to have this and you're denied, are we putting ourselves at risk to be sued?
Did you wake up this morning?
You're at risk to be sued.
So then I had another thought. Yes, Jim, smarty pants.
No, ma'am. Not intentionally that. You're
Thank God I woke up this morning. But you know, I hear some rumors, some rumblings in the audience, and I actually had an opportunity when they came before us before for the short-term rentals, and I went on a tour of them. And as the mayor has indicated, you've really got to keep them up for people to even want to come there and stay. And I actually had a retreat with my line sisters in Orlando to a short-term rental, and it was a beautiful home. You've got to keep it up for people to want to rent it. So I was just having a thought that because a lot of young people like myself that are from here don't come back home, maybe this is something they could do at their parents' home so they don't come back, and it could generate some income for them. You know, but I know on the other side, folks don't necessarily want somebody living next to them short-term that they don't know, but we got to put something in place that secures that or lets them know that that kind of property. We've got to put some kind of order in place as you come back in 60 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, you're good to go
Mayor,
with that.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
understand.
All
Dennis
right.
is here as well. Thanks, sir.
So that's 60 days. That's 60
To
days.
come back and report to the commission.
Okay.
I have someone sign up to speak, but this is a
This is
discussion. We
a
didn't make
discussion. This is not a public
Okay.
comment,
Thank
but
you.
you can tell us during public comments at the end, whatever those thoughts are.
So in answer to Commissioner Paris's question, your question was, could we add vacation rentals to the list of permitted uses in RDB 1? All I can tell you is they're allowed in RDB 1, RDB 2, RDB 3, RDB 4, RDB 5, 8, 9, RDD 1, 2, 4, 5, RDM 1, and 3. I mean, I think it's virtually all of the redevelopment districts, if not all of them.
But isn't that the district that we want to allow short-term rentals, or am I misunderstanding something?
I wouldn't know where the requests have been. I was only responding to the legal question.
I have one on MLK, and I didn't think I had one in my zone.
You do.
But I have one on
I'm familiar
MLK,
with it.
and it's very nice.
It is.
It's the old property that Bethune-Cookman owned right before you get to was that Checkers on the corner? That building, that is a short-term rental, and he does an excellent job with that property.
Yeah, and it's not bad to have vacation rentals in areas that are close to commercial corridors that you want people to walk to and be able to visit. It's a good thing to do.
The town center, we're looking
Yes.
at coming to that area.
Yes.
And then I thought, if somebody ever asked me to say I do, having, renovated my home, I could use my home as a short-term rental.
And, yeah, okay.
Just forward thinking.
All right. Okay, is that it? Good job.
Okay.
Just one more point for Commissioner Paris. If those, Commissioner, if vacation rentals were not currently allowed in RDB 1 and the commission wanted to entertain adding them to RDB 1, that's the exact analysis that we did. I don't believe that it would be preempted, as I wrote in the memo.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're going to
Good stuff.
move on to item 11B. This is the City Manager's Office Peabody Auditorium Advisory Board appointment. It's a resolution appointing one member to the Peabody Auditorium Advisory Board, completing a term expiring December 31st, 2026, and providing an effective date. Ernest Murphy Jr. resigned from his at-large term, and this appointment would finish that term. We have two applicants, Christopher Van Sema and Robert Lane.
Christopher Van Chema, and I would like to express my gratitude to Ernie Murphy, one of the great individuals in our community, especially as it relates to arts, entertainment, culture. Just an amazing gentleman. But I would like someone to please nominate Christopher Van Chema on my behalf.
I
I'll nominate him.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll take.
Okay, and I do have one speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mr. John Nicholson.
John Nicklin, 413 North Grandview. I went to the meeting that they had this last time. They've had several cancellations because they can't get enough people to show up. If you recall, we increased it to, I think, 9 members. Is there a way of decreasing it back to 7? Because these people are not showing up. Also, if they go 5 meetings or 6 meetings without showing up, that there be a way of removing them from the board. Because there's no sense in having them show up. The last meeting, there were 3, and 2 of them showed up a half an hour late. So the idea of having a very large board is detrimental. So if you could think about lowering the board.
Thank you for telling us.
That was my final speaker.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Commissioner Reed is out.
Okay, thank you.
Need to go.
I got you.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 11C. It's a Growth Management Planning Department, Interstate 95 LPGA Boulevard Retail PD Special Event Extension, aka Tanger Outlets. This is a resolution extending development deadlines established by the Interstate 95 LPGA Boulevard Retail Plan District Agreement, repealing all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
So move.
We have a motion and a second.
I do have Rob Merrill here on behalf of the applicant for any questions.
No questions? Okay, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
We're going to move on to item 11D. It's a Public Works Department purchase replacement Trantex thermoplastic preheater trailer stripping equipment. This is a resolution approving the purchase of one Trantex thermoplastic preheater trailer from Transcore Supply Inc. as a sole source provider at a cost of $118,500 and providing an effective date.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Reed and Henry in that order.
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No speakers. Do we have any questions on this item? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are in opposition, same sign. This motion carries 7-0.
Moving on to 11E, it's the Public Works Department waiver of performance bond required for plat recordings for Homes for Hope subdivision. This is a resolution waiving the performance bond requirements associated with the development by Homes Bring Hope LLC of an affordable housing single-family development located on Terrace Avenue off Bellevue Avenue, east of Clyde Morris Boulevard and west of Nova Road, pursuant to Section 6.22.e of the city's Land Development Code, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for plat recording for the subdivision consistent with this waiver and providing an effective date.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions or speakers?
No, I have
comments.
no speakers.
All right. A motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0, and just for the record, that's the type of project that we love to see because we know that folks are going into homes that are affordable, and when they go into these homes, typically by Homes by Hope, Homes by Hope,
Bring hope.
Homes Bring Hope. Ms. Husini was here just a moment ago. They tend to go in with as much as $40,000 of equity in the home. And so it's just a great process. And this helps to reduce that, and it helps enhance the equity that they're getting. Next.
Okay, we're going to move on to 11F. It's Utilities Department, Carr and Collier, Inc., contract for Lift Station 62. This is a resolution accepting the bid of Carr and Collier, Inc. for Lift Station number 62 improvement project for a contract price of $9,327,770, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the construction services contract with Carr and Collier, rejecting a bid that was non-responsive, authorizing the return of the bid security of all unsuccessful bidders, and providing an effective date.
All right, we have a motion, have a second. We'll take Paris, and I believe it was, or she said Strickland. We'll take Strickland.
And I have no speakers for this item.
No speakers. All right, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, I just want to commend the Utilities Department for all the grants that they've gotten and all the projects they've been able to do with that.
Amazing work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, before we go on to the next item, it's been pointed out that there was an error in the location that was read out for the small scale comp plan amendment, item 10B. The title of that ordinance incorrectly referred to the location of the 27.3 acres as being east and adjacent to the ISB and I-4 on-ramp. But as your backup materials show, it's a square of property that it's the subject of this. It's the same location that was the subject of the annexation ordinance that preceded it. The actual location is between South Timber Creek Road and Interstate 95, approximately 300 feet east of the southern terminus of Riverbend Road. That was a mistake that was in part of the backup in the agenda, although the main part of the agenda
Can you
included
get
the
that to us
revocation.
tonight? Because we
Yeah.
already submitted, we're going to submit the ad
We
tonight.
will correct the title. I just wanted to correct that technical error.
Okay.
I'm confident that we can still proceed to second reading of that ordinance, but I just wanted to correct that on the record. Thank you.
Nothing we need to do?
No,
Okay.
because we were only reading out the ordinance on first reading.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to 10G. It's the Utilities Department, Clyde Morris Boulevard. Oh, I'm sorry, 11G. FDOT Utility Work Agreement. This is a resolution approving a utility work agreement with the State of Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for reimbursable utility relocation costs related to Segment 1 of the Clyde Morris Boulevard improvements in the amount of $2,500,000, authorizing the city manager to approve the utility work schedule, waiving the purchasing code as necessary to meet FDOT deadlines, directing the budget officer to increase the current fiscal year budget by $2,500,000 to reflect the additional FDOT revenues, authorizing the city mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, and providing an effective date.
So move.
We have a motion, Commissioner Cantu. I didn't hear a second.
Henry.
Commissioner Henry.
And I have no speakers on this item.
Okay, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Commissioner May, were you voting on that item? No. Okay,
Okay.
May was out, 6-0.
Okay.
All right,
Our final agenda item is 11H. For Commissioner Reed. to
11H,
present.
discussion city manager employment evaluation contract. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, sir. Joseph is getting the clicker for the PowerPoint.
Where's mine?
Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, he's by himself. I just looked back there and saw he's by himself. Okay. I don't know what's forward and what's back. So as he's preparing that, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, my colleagues on the dais, citizens, we will be looking at the aggregate evaluation and ratings of the evaluations for our city manager. Staff has provided a cover sheet that we'll put up just to show you the city manager in action within our city. Our auditor had asked if he could speak prior to me speaking, and unfortunately he's had to leave, Mr. Bellichew. But I will tell you that he and I had a conversation on yesterday, and what he shared with me was he wanted to let everyone know that he and Mr. Fiecher have no animosity amongst themselves, that they have a good working relationship, and that he's found no findings of inappropriate funding. He said that Mr. Fiecher has implemented policies that he has already brought to our attention. And he wanted to say that himself, but he does have a small child, so he had to leave. All right? So I want to tell you that there are 10 categories in which we reviewed Mr. Fiecher, but his overall aggregate rating was a 3.63, which in essence means that he is meeting the expectations. He meets expectations. But let's go down those 10. First, we had individual characteristics. Joseph, you can change. But that's everybody just did. I'm sorry, go back, Joseph, because they did this so you all could see. This is everyone's overall aggregate rating, and then it's compiled together and it came out to 3.63. So you can see what all of us, after we went through the 10 questions, that's how we rated him. And they do have copies of this available for those who would want those. I was told that prior to this starting. So Joseph, the next one. Individual characteristics, this is how we judged him. This is just demonstrates diligence, thoroughness in the discharging of duties. He's a self-starter. Does he exercise sound judgment? And in my own little gathering of information, I wanted to share with you who all commented. So not only did they give him a rating, but the mayor, Commissioner 1, 5, and 6 made comments. Number 2, professional skills and status. Demonstrates strong professional skills. Does he maintain current knowledge of developments, capacity of innovation and creativity, problem solving and developing solutions? Here he received a 3.69 overall. and comments also came from Commissioner 1, 5, and 6. The third thing that he was evaluated on was relations with elected members. And the questions here were, did he carry out directives? Did he set meetings agendas? Did he reflect the guidance of the commission? And did he avoid unnecessary improvement in administrative actions? This rating was an overall 3.63. Comments came from Commissioner 1, 5, and 6. Number 4 in the ratings was policy execution. Did he support council's intent? Did he support the council's decision internally and externally? Did he understand the local laws, policies, and ordinances? Did he periodically review effectiveness and make recommendations? Here he received an overall 3.20. The mayor, Commissioner 5 and 6 commented on that particular rating. The 5th rating was on reporting. And under this rating, did he provide regular, relevant updates guided by city charter? Did he respond promptly to requests for special reports? Did he take initiative to deliver informed advice? Did he prepare reports that are clear and accurate? Did he present information that reflects transparency and accountability to the public? Here he received an overall 3.46. Comments were also made by the mayor, Commissioners 1, 5, and 6. In the 6th category, it was citizens' relations. Was he responsive to citizens' requests? Does he demonstrate dedication to service to the community and residents? Does he maintain nonpartisan approach in dealing with the media? Does he meet with members of the community and address concerns? Here he received a 4.23. Now this is out of 5 points. So this was a 4.23. He had comments in this category from the mayor and from Commissioners 1, 5, and 6. Number 7 was staffing. And here they judged, did he recruit and maintain competent personnel? Did he apply appropriate level of supervision? Did he manage benefit plans and promote training development? Here he received a 3.49 overall, and he received comments from Commissioners 1, 5, and 6. Number 8 rating was supervision. Does he encourage department heads to make decisions? Does he maintain overall control of operations through appropriate communications? Does he maintain friendly and informal working relationships? And does he perform at least an annual performance evaluation? Here he received a 3.84 overall, and he received comments from Commissioners 1 and 6. The 9th category was fiscal management. Did he prepare a balanced budget to provide services directed by the commission? Did he make best possible use of funds efficiently and effectively? Did he present a budget in a clear, intelligent, and accessible format? Here he received a 3.43 overall and had comments from Commissioners 1 and 6. The last category, which is category 10, was entitled Community. Here we want to know, did he share responsibility for addressing difficulty and issues facing the city? Did he avoid unnecessary controversy? Does he cooperate with the neighboring communities, the region, the state, and federal agencies? Here his aggregate rating was a 3.70, and he had comments from Commissioners 1 and 6. There were 3 open-ended questions that followed after those 10 ratings. Question number 1 was, what would you identify as the manager's strengths expressed in terms of the principal results achieved during the rating period? And I combined these initiatives, or the answers. Said community engagement was cited by all commissioners. He's very engaged. He maintains a professional public persona, works to get to yes. He built a relationship with residents, stakeholders, and partner agencies. And one of the commissioners cited, if you've seen his magnet around the city hall, it says, how do we get to yes? Trying to help citizens take responsibility for what they need to take responsibility for, and not always be punitive when they've done something or don't know how to address an issue when something needs to be done. The second question was, what performance areas would you identify as most critical and for important? And we have here an oversight of policies, budgeting, implementations of CRA projects, follow through across the organization, capital improvement planning, and stronger management oversight. The last question, number 3, was, what constructive suggestions or assistance can you offer the manager to enhance performance? Overall, communication and cooperation with all commissioners, even when things are hostile. Establish clear accountability systems and deadlines for commission-directed items. Commission-aligned capital improvement plan, CIP, and with department meetings. That is the report or the ratings Again, his overall aggregate was a 3.63, and this means that he has met the expectations of this commission. Is he perfect? No, he's not. Is anyone? No, they're not. It does indicate that there are some things that need to be done, and we've implicated some of those things, and he's working on those things. But having read this and seen this, at this point, I move that we would extend Mr. Fiecher's contract for another 5 years. I better get a second.
I second that.
We have a second? Okay. We're open to discussion.
Just one point. One point, Mayor and City Commissioners. The contract provides for extension for a 3-year period without need to amend the contract. If you vote for that, if you want to extend for 5 years, you would need to amend the contract.
Well, I'll amend my motion for 3. Will you amend your second?
Okay. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. We are now open to, we have a speaker?
We have a number of speakers.
Number of speakers.
Our first speaker is Ted Herdecki, and on deck is Reverend Dr. Victor Gooden.
Ted Hordecki, 113 Braddock Avenue, Daytona Beach. Don't like being first, that's for sure. But I think the statements I'm going to make are the most important statements I've made since I've been coming in this chamber, my 3 minutes. What I'd like to start by saying is I consider Tallahassee being elected to represent my commission and the residents of Daytona Beach. They have an obligation to the state, I understand that. But I was gonna read this, but I don't feel it's necessary. I believe a lot of things I'm reading in the paper, but there hasn't been any proof. There's a lot of breaking news, a lot of save your phone records and all this other stuff. But I have yet to see any concrete. Now, I don't know if it's a paperwork glitch or criminal activity. Either way, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. Now, I'm not for expanding Mr. Fiecher for 5 years. I think Mr. Fiecher has integrity, and I'm counting on his integrity to help us get through this. If it was up to me, I'd like to see a little shorter time until we get through this rough patch. But I think I mean, there's a lot of anxieties here, but there's a lot of questions too. But I do not believe that Mr. Fiecher should lose his job for things I'm seeing on the news, because so far there are no bodies, no smoking gun, no $500, no rooms, and just all this other stuff, breaking news. It's unbelievable. I believe he has integrity, and I also believe that he would step down. If he thought he wasn't representing the community or doing his job, I think I know him good enough to know that he would step down. He wouldn't start with no golden parachutes or anything like that. I believe he has integrity. Now, the people who have been beating up Daytona Beach, I think they're lacking integrity. And you know what? I think they're gonna get theirs, is what I think. But I definitely don't think we cash in the city manager because of news reports. Until I see something in writing, is it a paper glitch? Is it criminal? What is it? And let me see some proof. I don't wanna hear, breaking news live from Daytona City Hall. Until this investigations are done, I don't want any decisions made on management or employees. And that's it.
Our next speaker is Reverend Dr. Victor Gooden. On deck is Cynthia Slater.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, Dr. Victor Gooden, 809 Pelican Bay Drive. a 37-year resident in the city of Daytona Beach, I stand in support of the contract renewed Mr. Derek Fiacha. This is why, based on the progress, stability, and forward movement reflected in the city manager's comprehensive report 2001 through 2026, it is evident that Mr. Fiacha's leadership has played a significant role in advancing the goals and priorities of the city. The report highlights measurable accomplishments in key operational areas: strategic planning, infrastructure, community engagement, and organizational development that have positively impacted our community. Strong leadership is often demonstrated not only through visible accomplishments, but also through consistency, through vision, through collaboration, and the ability to guide an organization through both opportunities and challenges. The progress outlined during this report reflects those qualities. Continuity in leadership is important for maintaining momentum and ensuring that ongoing initiatives, long-term projects, and strategic objectives continue moving forward without unnecessary disruption. Mr. Fiacha's experience, institutional knowledge, and commitment to the city's mission remain valuable assets. For these reasons, I respectfully support the renewal of his contract for 3 years, appreciate the work he's done. I hope you all will do the same. Good job, sir.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Slater, and on deck is Posey Elliott.
She called it a little giant.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Cynthia Slater, lifetime resident of Daytona Beach, 70 years in June. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. News reports. The city of Daytona Beach is currently undergoing significant audit activity following recent investigation into its financial practices. Audit finds widespread issues with Daytona Beach Fire Department P-card spending. Daytona Beach audit claims of free-for-all spending sparks calls for accountability. An audit has found that Daytona Beach city officials have largely ignored purchasing policies in place since 2006. State moves forward with full audit of Daytona Beach finances. Now, it is apparent that individuals are going deeper to investigate Black city leaders. What's this all about? Oh, we know. However, prior to this recent wave of scrutiny, state officials noted that the city had not undergone a full-scale external state audit in approximately 34 years. Let me repeat a statement from a media source. State Senator Tom Wright noted that a comprehensive audit of this nature had not been performed in 34 years, since 1992. So let's do the math. Derek C. Fiacha is the current city manager of Daytona Beach, appointed in 2021. He replaced long-term manager Jim Chisholm, who served for 17 years. He is the longest tenure in the city's history. Before him was Kerry Smith, 1994 to 2002. And before him was Howard D. Tipton, 1978 to 1994. After 34 years without comprehensive audits, certain commissioners and a news reporter who is overly friendly with can't do have raised concerns regarding the management of P-cards, travel expenses, vehicle maintenance costs, the accumulation of significant building permits reviews, and an overall fiscal oversight. Why were these concerns and inquiries regarding audits not raised during the tenure of prior city managers? Oh, we know why. How is it possible for a city to lack an established audit process yet attribute responsibility solely to Derek Feature. Oh, we know why. He inherited this mess that I call a witch hunt. I'm committed to the principles of accountability. However, at this time, the city is subject to significant scrutiny. Nobody wins, especially on Facebook. All these Facebook junkies who post pictures of city commissioners. How disrespectful. In order to get a true audit report, please go back 34 years when audits were not conducted to reveal potent misuse of funds. My time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Posey Elliott, and on deck is John Nicholson. Okay. Our next speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Yvette Presley.
Settle down, please. Settle down.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. Several people have asked me, what do I think of Feature? What do I think he's done? Why is this going on? Personally, what I just heard was that she thought it was a race issue. Cantu is not, of all the things, and she and I don't get along. Trust me, she and I have not got along since the day she sat here. But of all the things, she is not a racist. This is not about race. She just does not, she does not like him, whether he's white, black, green, or orange. She's been out to get him, not because of the race, but she didn't get along with him. There are people we just don't get along with. So it's not about race. She's targeted him for at least the last 2 years. You all say no, 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 but
Stop
it is.
talking, please. Please.
She stated 2 years ago that she was going to get rid of him, all right? So this is an ongoing thing. It has nothing to do with P cards. It has nothing to do with the fire department. It is just an ongoing thing. So who gave us the idea that the P cards can too? Who came up with all of these things? Stacy, all right? It is not a wide thing. It's one person against one person. Now, people have asked me to give an honest opinion. I told them I really can't because I happen to like him, all right? We have an ability to speak with one another. We go to breakfast 4 times a year and we discuss all kinds of things, all right? So I know him from a personal idea. Now, the mayor misquoted me at the last meeting. I did not say that only the Midtown got these things. All over the city, all of our parks are being improved. All over the city, there are sidewalks being improved. All over the city, roadways are being improved. That's what I said, Mayor, and it's true. Now, Jim Chisholm, as bad, well, I can't say as bad as he was, he concentrated on money, all right? We were in a really bad shape when he got appointed. He was tight with money, trust me. He did not spend, all right? So we ended up with a AAA rating, which was great, but our community went down. Now, Feature is doing all kinds of things to bring our community up, and you cannot deny the things that are happening in the community. Where I live on the beach side, which Ken is bound and determined to bring back down, they just built a house on the river for $1.3 million. There are 5 more houses in the process of being built on the river on the beach side, over $1 million. All right? That area is moving. You can't deny that LPGA is moving leaps and bounds. All right? LPGA itself, the community, is building. There's building all over the place. We are moving, and he is not misrepresenting. He's doing quite well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvette Presley, and on deck is Reverend Jermaine Fuller.
Good evening. Good evening. Yvette Presley, 1121 Barbara Drive. I'm a product of Daytona. I'd like to say I've been living here in Daytona Beach all of my life. I'm not going to give the age. And I've never seen a city manager come into our community until Mr. Fiatra got here. He was visible in Daytona Beach, Midtown, Crosstown, Newtown, Overtown, Uptown, Downtown, my town, and even your town. He rolled up his sleeves, walked the streets to help find solutions to existing problems. He wanted to know the concerns of the citizens and dedicated his time to address them. He supported many events and activities in Daytona. Bethune-Cookman University, Embry-Riddle University, Daytona State College, Kaiser University, the Beach Side, and West Side events, visiting old and new businesses, restaurants, churches, organizations, graduations, and many more as he represented Daytona Beach in a respectful, caring, proud, motivated, and professional manner. Can any good thing come out of Nazareth? I ask you, can any good thing come out of Polk County? I say yes, Mr. Fiatra. John F. Kennedy made a statement. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. I think when Mr. Fiatra got to Daytona Beach and he looked around our city, he said, ask not what Daytona Beach can do for me, ask me what I can do for Daytona Beach. And he did just that. That's right, that's right.
Our next speaker is Reverend Jermaine Fuller, and on deck is Leela Richardson.
Good evening. Reverend Jermaine Fuller, pastor of Greater New Zion Primitive Baptist Church, 201 North Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, also president of the Black Clergy Alliance. I would like to answer that question from Ms. Presley. Can any good thing come out of Polk County? Yes, it can. And I know that because I'm a product of Polk County. The Black Clergy Alliance is a coalition that addresses community, civil, and spiritual issues with goals of advocacy, providing spiritual leadership, political engagement, and responding to crises. On behalf of the Black Clergy Alliance, we write to express our support for the continued tenure of City Manager Derek Fiatra. Over the past 5 years, we have observed measurable growth and strategic expansion throughout Daytona Beach, marked by the attraction of reputable companies and corporations that have strengthened the city's economic profile. Notably, this progress has contributed to a shift in local communities, as more of our college graduates are choosing to remain in this city, signaling increased confidence in the city's future and its capacity to provide meaningful professional opportunities. Mr. Fiatra's leadership reflects a commitment to forward-thinking development and institutional progress. While no administration is without its challenges, it is both impractical and inequitable to expect a single city manager to fully resolve long-standing policy and procedural deficiencies within such a limited time frame, particularly those inherited from prior leadership. Sustainable reform requires continuity, collaboration, and time. In closing, we also raise a question of accountability and consistency. If current leadership is subjected to heightened scrutiny for systemic issues, it is reasonable to ask why similar levels of examination, such as comprehensive audits, were not pursued during the tenure of former leadership. Equity in evaluation is essential to maintaining public trust and ensuring that leadership is judged within its proper historical and administrative context. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leela Richardson, and on deck is Pastor Derek Harris.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leela Richardson, and I'm a resident at 300 Hillside Avenue in Daytona Beach. I speak to you today with the perspective of someone who's spent 38 years in federal government as a senior manager, operations chief, many of those years conducting operational reviews and audits in conjunction with the Treasury Inspector General all across the United States. In my professional experience, no matter how severe the finding, the standard protocol is always the same. You identify the deficiencies and then provide the agency or the office a fair opportunity to correct the issues. We are currently looking at an audit that revealed oversight gaps in the fire department that went undetected because this city failed to conduct a comprehensive audit decades of years. To terminate a city manager who has been here for only 5 of those years for systemic issues that clearly predated his arrival contradicts every standard of professional management that I've ever worked through. Furthermore, we must look at the totality of his work. I recently reviewed a report of Mr. Fisher's accomplishments since taking the office, and they are both numerous and impressive. I understand his operational review in 2023 found no major issues. It's illogical to discard a leader who has consistently moved this city forward over policy gaps in a single department, gaps that he's already working to close. As a resident and an audit professional, I recommend we do not terminate his contract, but extend it for at least the 3 years. Instead, we do what is standard in high-level organization. Give him the opportunity to implement the auditor's recommendation and continue the positive work that he has already started. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pastor Derek Harris, and on deck is William Bidorf.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pastor Derek Harris, 918 Orange Avenue, and Senior Pastor of Master's Domain Church of God in Christ, 511 Fremont Avenue. I've conducted business in this community as a business owner for the last 37 years, and also as Senior Pastor of the Master's Domain for the last 30 years. I'm also serving on my second term as a member of the Economic Advisory Board, which gives me a firsthand opportunity to see the magnitude of multi-million-dollar companies and businesses investing in our community. I stand before you this evening to offer my full, let me say that again, my full support to our city manager, Derek Fiecher. Under his management, I have personally seen great improvements that have taken place throughout this community. I've witnessed development, growth, and expansion throughout the city under his tenure. One of the first things he did when assuming the position was to walk door to door, talking with business owners, going to churches, meeting with citizens throughout the community. These actions spoke great volume to me. Though I knew our former city manager, Mr. Chisholm, due to our daughters attending the same institution in Manhattan, New York, and through my several business endeavors, I never witnessed him interacting with business owners in such a manner. However, what had me to shorten my Bible study tonight and come to address this commission is to bear witness of his personal character and involvement in social, economical, and humanitarian endeavors. As a student of the great Bethune-Cookman, I do believe that he saw as a student the needs of our community. And then God allowed him to matriculate to higher levels of education and come back and do something about it. And so I want to say right now that I hope that you hear my words of support of him and that you will vote unanimously for the extension of his contract. God bless.
Our next speaker is William Biddorf, and on deck is Jenny Nazak.
Hello, it's William Biddorf at 402 East International Speedway Boulevard in Daytona Beach. Well, I was going to say all this stuff here, but I'm going to tell you, please support our city manager, because he's come here, he's been a beacon of truth and just a decent human being. I was really I was screwed by Chisholm. You know, when he first came into office here, Chisholm, I'm sorry about saying that, but it's just how it is. It's the truth. It's just blunt. Chisholm and that group was before him. They put a dividing line right down 326 South Grandview Avenue, where I was trying to put a church. And our Derek Fietcher had just got in as our city manager. And he straightened out that dividing line down the middle of my facility. I'm able to put a church there. So for those who, I was going to say, you know, if you want to sit there and accuse everybody and all these different things, I got no time for that. And for the people accusing my city commission of things before they're found guilty in a court of law, well, they kind of disgust me in a sad way, because I've grown up around some of you, and I've grown to admire you, Mr. Mayor, and Ken Strickland, I admire you also. And Mr. Fietcher, you know I admire you, because a lot of people don't realize all the good things he does. And just to be in short, people don't know. He has a mentorship program where he helps kids. He's done a lot of things, but you don't see him up here glad handling himself of boasting about all the things he does now. I love Bethune-Cookman. Don't hold it against me. I graduated from Florida State. But I support Bethune-Cookman because it's really a big part of our community. So please extend him 20 years. I want him here. Thank you.
Our final speaker tonight is Jenny Nazak.
Good evening, everybody. Jenny Nazak, 501 Harvey. I am in favor of the extension of Mr. Fietcher's contract. He has been very out and about in the community, and we have noticed a lot of improvements. In my past life, I had a lot of corporate experience from living and working in Tokyo. And one thing very interesting in Japanese culture and other non-Western cultures is that in a corporate environment or government environment, there's more of a restorative or reparative and growing together instead of punitive. Now, in our culture, we get a little bit high on this idea of we're gonna pinpoint, we're gonna do a witch hunt, we're gonna fire this person, and everything's gonna be just peachy keen. And that's actually not the case. If you fire people, you lose information from the system. We have to not audit financially. Yes, financial audit is good. I'm glad we're doing that. That's very appropriate. But also, holistically, the system. Where is information getting stuck? Where are things not flowing like they should? Instead of firing people, we have to nurture, the different departments, and people grow together. And it's much healthier. It's very destructive you get high, we got rid of those bad people. And now we're going to get but if the system isn't fixed, then it's not going to fix. So I'm glad all of you are up there on that dais. It's not easy at all. And thank all of you. Thank you, Mr. Fietcher. Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Well said. That was my final speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to thank each of you for your taking your opportunity to speak on this item. We will begin with commission comments on this item, and we'll start with Zone 1 Commissioner Paris and work our way around.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone that spoke. I see that you really love City Manager Fietcher. I wanted to give an analogy. So an athletic director does not evaluate a coach solely on whether they are likable, respected, or experienced. A coach could have a good personality, know the game, and maintain positive relationships with players and staff. But if that team is not executing the agreed upon game plan, if leadership is not being informed in a timely manner, and if the program is not progressing in alignment with the organization's stated priorities, then leadership has a responsibility to make a change. At the executive level, results, communication, accountability, and alignment matter more than personality. Like I said, for me, it's not personal. I have a very good relationship with the city manager. And this is where I am with him. It's not a personal issue. I believe he's a great person and in many respects very knowledgeable in his profession. However, when I compared the city's commission stated priorities to what has actually been produced, there is a disconnect. I'm going to repeat that. When I compared the city commission's stated priorities to what has actually been produced, there's a disconnect. We also have a responsibility to, we also repeatedly experienced situations where critical information was provided late after concerns had already escalated or decisions were already there before us. That undermines the commission's ability to govern effectively and proactively. In leadership positions, trust is not only about character. It's about consistency, execution, transparency, and the ability to keep the governing body fully informed. For me, this decision comes down to organizational performance and leadership alignment. And based on the pattern that I've observed, I don't believe renewing the contract for 3 years is the right direction for the city moving forward. Now, I do have our city commission priorities that we provided to the city manager for 2024 and 2025 to 26. Most of them were around beachside investment and tourism vitality, beautification, maintenance and infrastructure, stormwater management, code enforcement, vacant lots, and Main Street activation. As a commission, we established clear priorities over the past 3 years, particularly around beachside improvements, stormwater management, beautification, and activation of key corridors. These are not informal ideas. They were documented priorities intended to guide our work and deliver results for residents. While there has been progress in some areas, and I'm not denying that because what was done from 21 to 26 was a big projects, but it's not what we as a commission asked him to do. For me, this decision, like I said, is not personal. It's about performance and alignment. When the commission sets direction, there needs to be clear implementation, accountability, and results. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Strickland.
You know, I don't know what happened to this country, and I usually don't talk about national things. But in America, you're innocent until proven guilty. We've not had anybody arrested out of the city hall or any of the departments. We've had nobody charged, nobody jailed. All we've had were allegations, unsubstantiated. We had some subpoenas, but they were subpoenas duces tecum, which means they're for information. They're not for human bodies to come somewhere. Still, it's just allegations. Even if you're arrested and jailed, you're still innocent until proven guilty in this country. And I will not vote to fire or not to renew the city manager's contract on allegations from mostly one TV station and one commissioner.
Okay. Commissioner May.
I agree with everything that the residents have said. I agree with all of the improvements that you noted. I agree with the door-to-door. I agree with the going to events and going to functions and creating a space where residents felt as though they could approach their city manager when potentially we had not had that before. So I appreciated building that relationship. On the other hand, a key statement is that we did not identify the deficiencies until the auditor arrived. It was at the moment that the auditor arrived that we recognized that some things were not going well. And so far, it's only been one department. we still have multiple departments to go through. And I can't help but wonder, once we go through those departments, what if we find sources that we could actually use in the community? Like, what if some of my sidewalks could have been repaired a long time ago? What if some of my lighting issues could have been addressed? I'm looking at the information that City Commissioner Paris gave of some of the things I wanted. What if some of those things could have happened with the funds or the way that finances were being used had we found it sooner? Now, the difference for me is 5 years versus 7 months. The auditor was here for 7 months and found this. The city manager was here for 5 years. Now, I will say that when he first arrived, for whatever reason, this comes to me distinctly. I recall moments where he was spending time going over policies and procedures as part of being hired. He made a point of that, which we appreciated. I recall workshops, and for whatever reason, I recall workshops with the fire department where people came together and they were given sort of a new cultural overlook of how the city was going to be run. I do remember those taking place. So somewhere there was a breakdown in perhaps these expectations. But again, for me, the biggest thing is 5 years in office, in a position, dealing primarily in policy oversight and your money for 5 years versus the auditor who discovered some deficiencies in 7 months. And deficiencies to me are ways that money could have been used differently in the departments. And again, every dollar that we don't use efficiently means it's a dollar that's not going back into our communities collectively. That's where I am right now.
All right, Commissioner Cantu.
Yeah, this is nothing personal with me, Mr. Feature, like everybody keeps saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you allow her the same courtesy that she has afforded you. She has not interrupted anyone.
And I do appreciate you, John. The audience out there doesn't know my family to call me racist. I think that's kind of funny if they only knew. But another thing is, this didn't start with me, and this just didn't start just probably about 3 years ago. And I do have a video, which I'm not going to play the whole thing because I'm not going to stay here all night, but put that video up. Can you hear me? Okay. While he's getting this didn't start with me. This started with permit and licensing. That's been going on for over 5 years, which at the beginning, for the first, 3 years, I think it was, I didn't even know we were in a state audit. In a state audit for 3 years. Do you know how I found out? Is because they were trying to buy a permit and license mobile, which you can't do that, buy with those funds. And then they tried to buy the Beach Street building that was full of asbestos that I had to personally spend my own money. I actually played detective out there and watched all that asbestos coming in and out of that building and sent it to Tallahassee to DEP, which they assigned a caseworker to Orlando DEP, and they found out I was right. So no one even told us we were under an investigation with the state. I found out by doing that investigation. But then it just kept going on and on and on. So after that, I couldn't even trust them. And this is actually how it started. This is why JLAC, and this is like, everybody wants to say it's racist. All of them voted to come in here in Tallahassee. Every single one of them. So it's not racist. It was Democrats, Republicans, all of them voted to come into our city. So if you guys want this is the only reason I'm putting this out there, so you can do a record requesting and request this so you can watch it for yourself. Watch it for yourself. And this one is on 11/3, and that's when the mayor was there and all staff. And then on 12H, you can request that one too. That's when every single person in Tallahassee voted to come in here and do an audit.
Joint Legislative Auditing Committee will
And now,
come to
since
order.
they're here doing
Please
an
call the roll.
audit, now we have the statewide prosecutor
Vice Chair
that
Berta.
is putting out
Representative
subpoenas. And I don't know if you
Senator
guys know
Davis.
anything about law enforcement. I know Mr.
Council
Strickland doesn't
Simon,
by
here.
listening to him.
Representative
But
Kirkhope. Here.
I
Representative
grew
Hinton.
up,
Here.
I grew up in law enforcement and
Senator
veteran.
Pizzo.
They don't put, a
Representative
statewide prosecutor does
Senator
not put,
Simon.
can I finish?
Senator Trudeau.
Oh, is it
Representative
playing?
Yurkowski.
Okay, we can watch the
Senator
beginning of it
Wright.
if you want to for a few
All is
minutes.
present.
The record reflects quorum is present. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices, and anyone who wishes to speak today should complete an appearance card and hand it to the member of the sergeant's office. In the meantime, I want to thank our sergeant's office as always for keeping us well protected in here. First item of today is a long-term finding that has been reported in the City of Daytona Beach's annual financial audit report. Finding relates to unexpended building permit funds the city has had at year end for the past 6 years. City has exceeded the maximum amount allowed by statute by millions of dollars each of these years, and by
Well, watch
$10.8
the whole
million as
thing.
reported in its most recent audit. This finding has been reported to the committee by the Auditor General for the past 4 years, and the committee has requested a written status update from the city for the last 3 years. The schedule behind tab 1 shows the audit finding and the city's responses. This year, rather than requesting another written status update, our last meeting, we approved a motion to move to the next level of enforcement, which is to require the mayor or his designee to appear before the committee. The city has provided a document that includes its progress in correcting the finding. You'll find that at the back of tab 1. And today we have with us the Honorable Mayor Derek Henry to explain what the city plans to do to address the findings. Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to take a moment, come up and introduce yourself, and if you'd like to introduce your staff as well that you have with you, and if you'd like to present any designee to present any action plan or field any questions from the committee, you may do so as well. Mayor Henry, you are recognized, sir.
Good. Thank you kindly, Chair Tremont, Senator Brodeur, all members of the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee. We thank you for this opportunity to present and for the continued oversight that you perform on behalf of the citizens of our great state. I am joined today by our city manager, Mr. Derek Fiacher, our deputy city manager, Mr. James Morris, our chief building official, Mr. Glenn Urquhart. I'd like to first begin by acknowledging, as has been stated, the recurring audit findings on the unexpended balance building permits noted from fiscal year 2018-2019 through the fiscal year of 2023-2024. I'd like to also emphasize that we have every intent and are fully committed to full compliance with all Florida statutes. Progress to date. The city has analyzed the building permit fund revenues, expenditure, and permit that are permissible under 553.80. We have developed and submitted a multi-year corrective action plan beginning in fiscal year 2021-2022. In 2024, we conducted a workshop with the entire city commission to prioritize the P&L fund uses. 2024, the city received, after the city commission asked for an opinion, a formal opinion from the Attorney General as to expenditure limits established for excess P&L funds pursuant to Florida Statutes 553.80. This was done after members of our commission were concerned that the path that we were taking might not be congruent with an Attorney General's findings, despite the fact that we'd had a municipality just south of us to exercise the same discretion, which at the time our objective was to purchase a parcel to help us with permits and licensing in terms of our capacity to be able to house the members of that staff. However, this was done in a city south of us, so our staff thought that we would be able to do the same. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we are able to adapt. We were not on the side in that finding that we had hoped that we would be. We received our finding in April of 2024. Additional progress, so that wasn't quite progress or the progress that we'd hoped for. We waived more than $5.5 million during 3 different time periods in building permit and inspection fees since 2020. This demonstrated our commitment both to residents and the business community to help reduce our fund balance, as well as offer them a opportunity to be able to continue with their business. Particularly, we did this during COVID. It was an opportunity we thought would give us a chance to help spur our economy and keep our businesses moving forward and our businesses investing in our community. In addition, we've used the excess funds, and we project to use it in the following ways. We completed a training facility, rehabilitation for staff training and hosting meetings for the aviation, marine, and coastal enforcement units and outside agencies, including Volusia County Emergency Management. Our project in progress, which is our greatest progress project, if it is approved by the commission, is that we hope to expand our city hall with a $9.4 million investment. We're currently in the bidding process. This project was conceptually approved by a majority vote of the city commission. Now, we have had some factors that have contributed to our excess fund balance, most of which I think you and I hope would agree are positive factors. We in Daytona Beach have been the beneficiaries of historic and unprecedented growth between 2018 and 2023, especially along the LPGA Boulevard, which happens to be where I live.
I'm only going to go to Senator
Thus,
Wright.
I, along with my many residents, suffer the scourge of traffic from this growth that is taking place in our community. This has caused revenues to outpace normal operating expenses. We've had a 20% population increase from 2018 to 2023, with over 39,000 permits issued during that period. Permit issuance for new single-family homes and commercial projects we led every city in Volusia County from 2020 to 2025. 22 apartment complexes have been built from 2018 to 2025. We've had a lag in staffing and technology upgrades, which has led to a carry forward of balances. Despite a rising workload, our staff has responded. Our next steps, and in conclusion for my remarks, we hope to continue applying our accumulated balances toward statutorily allowed purposes, including our City Hall expansion project. With the support of the City Commission, the city fully anticipates a full resolution of the audit findings. This time, I would also like to summarize my remarks by saying that we had two objectives, or one objective, and that was to be able to house our staff in a permanent facility that was state-of-the-art and that will reflect the beauty and the excellence of the city of Daytona Beach. The first of which we faltered we thought we could do something that turned out we could not. But I would like to applaud my colleagues on the City Commission for taking the extra step, doing their due diligence, doing our homework to make sure that we didn't run further afoul of the law. The second is that we are in the process of building and constructing what we think will be something that will make the citizens proud and enable our staff to be able to do the work, to carry out the business. And what we hope finally is to be able to continue to pedestal, to put Daytona Beach in a position to continue its trajectory of a forward march, positive attitude and disposition, which has enabled us to be the leaders in Volusia County as it relates to building and construction. And at no time has it been our agenda to do anything other than to encourage growth, development, and excellence in Daytona Beach.
And I see them driving around, and I ask myself, do we need F-250 4x4s to haul a ladder to a job site? Are we trying to find ways to spend more than we should? That's the way it appears to me, in a way the community feels about what's going on. And they're asking me what I'm going to do about it. Well, I'd like to just wiggle my nose and make it go away and make you guys have a good day and go home, you know, with a smile on your face. But from everything that you're talking about, it talks about ways to improve. Now, when you say you've had unprecedented growth, the state's had more than 1 million people move in. Did they all move to Daytona? No. So we've all had, you know, unprecedented growth. It's not just Daytona Beach. And that's something that we're all wrestling with. But for some reason, Daytona Beach keeps dragging this and dragging this and dragging this out for 5 years. And I think if you were sitting where I am and I was where you are, you'd be like, what the heck's going on? Why do we keep saying we're going to do things? We're going to make it better. We're going to get our stuff together. When in fact, we're not getting our stuff together, other than, you know, trying to buy that asbestos-laden building on Beach Street, or buying 11 new Ford pickups, F-250s, which I believe you've taken delivery of 7 so far. These are things that are just trying to spend this money that belongs to your people, belongs to the people that bought the houses and paid for the permits through the contractor. So I'm really bothered by this. And like I said, my opening comments, I hate being here today to be the one to bring it to your attention. But as a business owner, since I was 22 and I'm 73 now, I've done a lot of this, buying and selling buildings, managing companies, buying and selling companies. And it really stinks what's going on here. And it's public money. It's not your money, it's not my money, it's public money. And it's a bad look. So I think we need to find out, first of all, if you can even add to your existing building and use this building fund money. From what I've read, you can't do that. But I'm not a lawyer. So hopefully we can get a copy, Mr. Chairman, we can get a copy of that Attorney General's opinion and see if that's something allowable. Because I don't believe you can buy a building. So I don't know if you can add on to a building and use these funds to procure additional property. Would you like to make any comments?
You are
Okay.
correct. We cannot.
You can turn it
Back
off.
to you, Senator, as well. I'd also like to offer you as well, being
But
the mayor.
that goes
you're not
on for a
involved
while.
in
You'll see different
day-to-day,
senators questioning. We still don't know where the interest money to that is. I've asked for a while or how much it is, and I still don't know how much interest was made, and they even asked that the same question. So it didn't start, it started with the permit and licensing, but then a ripple effect, I kept finding more and more and more. And the P cards, yes, it didn't start with everyone, every department. It actually started with me because of a contractor having P cards. And no contractor, to me, that is not an employee, should have city P cards. And he's been here, to me, long enough to have policies in place, know that employees should have city tags. I mean, I can go, the list goes on. And to me, I just can't keep them. Well, when election time comes up, if you're in my zone, if I even run, don't vote for me.
She has a right to be the commissioner and represent her zone. we will make a decision. Just let the decision be made. No talking, please.
That's pretty much all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Henry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the video, and this is, just hold on to this information because I'm going to talk about this actually in my comments later on. But I just want you to remember JLAC, F-250 trucks, audits, and the senator was talking about he wasn't sure what could be done as well. So this has been 6 years, right? The city manager's been here 5 years, right? So think about the amount of time it would take to accumulate that amount of money. What's the total amount, Mr. Mayor?
14 million.
So think about the time it would take to accumulate that amount of money and try to compare that into the 1 year between when he came, that 5 years, and that 6 year. That money had already accumulated. Well, not.
Okay.
The money had already accumulated. Whether it had, Stacy, whether it had grown is one thing.
Okay.
Okay, but we were under the audit, right? So my question to you is, if you're under an audit and they can't really tell you, the most important thing that you need to know is that there's only extremely specific things you can do with the money. I mean, it is extremely specific. So you have to find the right project or the right building for the right amount in order to be able to spend the money. So you could see where that would not be necessarily easy to do because it's so difficult to find. And we worked on different things that we thought we could do, and it ended up not being the case. You can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. So keep that in mind when you talk about whether or not one person is responsible, the person that came the next year after that is responsible for all of that prior, because they're not. You just can't make it be so. You just can't make it. And even though you may have an opinion on something, it doesn't mean that that's facts. And if you have the ears of certain people, and if you have the narrative on the media, of course, then it's going to be, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. And that's not what I'm saying, that it's wrong. It just means that you have the attention of those people. So you get more pizzazz, you get more boom, you get more gotcha, you get more gotcha. So they sent in an auditor from the state, and the Auditor General has been here for a while, and working diligently, going over thousands of pieces of information, and he hasn't brought us anything back yet, right? So he hasn't come to me as a commissioner and said, Commissioner Henry, there's, and I'm only speaking for me, there's widespread fraud in your agency, there's widespread this. He hasn't given me that information yet. I haven't been made apprised of that information. So for me to say I'm going to prematurely just say, hey, dude, you're out of here when I haven't gotten the information back yet, I wouldn't want to be on my job, and that's what my principal does to me before the investigation is complete. And I know nobody in here can honestly, if you're just being truthful and get at the heart of it, can say you wouldn't mind your boss coming in and saying, hey, you gotta go before the investigation has been completed. Nobody can say that. And so that's one thing of where I am. I would like to see the auditor's report. And the other thing that I would like to see is, I think that if the auditor finds or has found widespread fraud, he would have brought the state prosecutor in. So those are the concerns that I have. And Stacy speaks for the people that she represents and she talks to. I'm speaking for the people that I represent and I talk to. My zone is here tonight in full numbers. They are here. Probably more so than I've ever seen them at any other meeting. They're here. My zone feels like this city is moving in the direction it needs to move in. They feel seen. My zone has told me that they feel seen. And I know in previous times when we had other managers, I didn't feel like my zone was seen. I didn't feel like my concerns for what I felt that we needed in Zone 5 were being met. It wasn't clean. Zone 5 was not clean. And I constantly got complaints about it, so much so into our organized community cleanups, because I said, well, maybe we can do some community cleanups, we can clean it up. My zone wasn't clean. We didn't have sidewalks. Right. That's right. We didn't have sidewalks. And now we have sidewalks. And we have sidewalks that are not just regular sidewalks. We have sidewalks that our disabled can go on. They're wider. We needed that because it was an issue in my zone. I looked at the YSG Center and I said to myself, it's such a beautiful, lovely center, but it's not being adequately used. Sure, we do sports there, but we've spent all that money. There's so much more we can do. We have that beautiful courtyard. And for years I've asked, hey, can we do some things in the courtyard? And now we've got events going on in the courtyard. That's what I wanted for the zone. That's what the people were asking me for. More opportunities for our seniors to get in and be active and be involved, and for everyone to be active and be involved in the community. So I've had the tough conversations with people in my zone. I know what the people in my zone have asked me to do in terms of making sure that Zone 5, not just Zone 5, but the city of Daytona Beach gets to move forward. And there's not a meeting that I have in Zone 5, and you're here, you know it, that he does not attend. I've never had a city manager to come to my meetings. And making sure that the rest of the staff is involved and making sure that the rest of the staff knows you need to show up, see what these issues are for the people in that zone, and address those issues. That wasn't a reality for me and my zone before. It's a reality for our zone now. So when people say a person being nice, a person, being visible, those things don't account for things. Work accounts for it. Work accounts for it. And when I say he's working in my zone, he's working in my zone. Other things that have happened was that instead of now we all having to get up and nothing's wrong. I believe we should get out and be responsible for our community and clean it up. But also it should be on a regular cleanup detail. Every month or every month and a half, make sure it looks nice. And so those were the concerns that I had. Let me see. Beautification was one of my issues. Derbyshire Park. And while I'm not completely happy with everything that went Derbyshire Park, I've seen a lot of money being put in Derbyshire Park. Sidewalk and landscaping and maintenance was one of my issues that I wanted. That's what I just finished telling you about. community events at YSG and food truck and market. We had markets this year. We had some food trucks there, and we had events at YSG. Code enforcement, bringing code enforcement in to make sure that the residents are keeping their property up. So are there things we need to work on? Absolutely. Rome wasn't built in a day. And so I think that we have to give people the opportunity to make things right when you've had 30 years of not exactly doing what, I'm not going to say wrong, but I will say not exactly doing what should have been done. There should have been an audit. So the auditor finding things, that's not a bad thing. If the auditor does not find things, then the auditor's not doing his job. That's an auditor's job. So we can't compare an auditor and what he finds to a city manager. That's why you need an auditor. Because a city manager is not an auditor. An auditor is a specific job. A city manager has a holistic job. The entire city, the entire police department, the entire fire department, the employees that work for us, benefits, all of those things fall under him. So can he find everything all the time? No, he cannot. So you want to bring in an auditor? Bring in an auditor. But the most important thing is that we have to see what the auditor says. We have to see what the auditor says. And do I think with my heart a lot of times? Absolutely. Absolutely, I think with my heart, but I think this is a job that you have to do with your heart as well as your head. You have to use your heart and your head because you have to think. If we get rid of the city manager and the auditor comes back in two months, October, when he finished his report and said there was no widespread fraud, and he says there was no widespread abuse of funds, you know, then what? We've gotten rid of the city manager when we could have worked out plans and said, hey, these are the things that I'm going to give you this amount of time. These are the things that I want to see done. These are the things that I want to see different, and go from there. That's what all our bosses would do, right? They're not just going to immediately just say, I'm going to fire you. They'll put you on a little success plan and say, these are the things you need to improve by this date. And everybody deserves that opportunity. People deserve that opportunity. I was talking to someone, and he said, and that person said to me that they were talking to a particular news station over in Orlando. And that person asked the news station, why haven't y'all been over here covering all the stuff and going over all the stuff and doing like the other people? And that person said something that just was so honorable to me. And it just made me think that there are still people who want to do ethical reporting. And that person said, we decided we're gonna wait to see what the auditor says before we go posting things that could possibly be untrue, or that we don't throw that information out there, because you throw information out there and then you just let it fly against the wall and you don't know, you're gonna see if it sticks. And it's not right. It's not right. I laid in my bed the other night, and I don't want to bring national politics in it, and I said, I see why he sued the media. I understood it. Because people get out there and they just throw information out there and they don't care whether or not it's true, and they don't take the time to find out, is this true? Is this right? Is this the ethical thing to report? And then we get in the position that we're all in right now. And I know I'm taking a minute, but my heart is in this right now. My heart is in this right now. Because I like to try to do the right thing. You know, And this is something I'll talk about later on, and you talk about P cards and stuff, and, you know, my P cards being subpoenaed, and I've never touched a P card before. I've never had a P card. And if I have a P card, I've never picked it up. I've never used a P card. But when you see in the media, all you automatically assume is Commissioner Henry has taken her P card and done some illegal stuff when Commissioner Henry couldn't even tell you what a P card looks like. I don't even know what color they are. So, and nothing is wrong with using P cards. I don't think anything is wrong with using P cards. But when you put information out there and you kind of make an allegation but don't make an allegation, it just doesn't sit well, and it doesn't make any of us look good up here. And if we really want to get to the root of everything and get to the cause, subpoena everybody. Amen. Everybody. Amen. Okay? So tonight I'm going to be supporting the manager. There are some things that I do want to see, and I'm going to go to the manager and talk to the manager about the things that I want to see differently. I want the community, no matter how people vote, because you have a right to vote however you want to vote. I want us to move together and move forward with decorum, because we've disagreed before I got up here. The last city manager, staff wasn't even allowed to talk to. Staff wasn't even allowed to talk to city commissioners at all. It was, and you would get fired. You could get fired, and you could get, and commissioners could get messages sent to them saying, hey, you should not be addressing my staff. If you have an issue, Paula got one. If you have an issue or you want something, come to me. So those are things that when I first became a commissioner, and that's the difference in a strong mayor, weak manager. I mean, strong manager, weak mayor style government. The manager runs the day-to-day operations. And he does run the day-to-day operations. And I think sometimes we want to get so in every department and everybody, and this is what we get when that happens. So yeah, I'm going to support the manager tonight. My people are here tonight. They want the manager supported, and I want to do what they're asking me to do, because my goal is to do what they've asked me to do.
Mayor, Mayor, before she begins, I guess that video is running. They couldn't hear what I said, and I'd just like to repeat it, if you don't mind. It only take a minute.
I don't understand what you mean.
When the video was running, I guess at the
Quiet.
beginning, when it first came on, I was talking. I didn't know it was running. They couldn't hear what I said.
Go ahead.
It only take a minute. What I was saying, we have a state audit going on. We have a city auditor that has came to us and found a lot of things. The state auditor should be done, I heard, around August of this year, because it's taken them a little bit longer. Then, as we have a totally separate issue going on, we have the statewide prosecutor actually here as well, doing subpoenas. That means they had to find something to issue subpoenas. Usually they do not, a statewide prosecutor is not going to issue a subpoena unless they already have most of that information.
Okay.
So
right.
that's all I need to say.
We did hear that. Let's go. Commissioner Reed. Thank you.
I shared with you the aggregate overall rating, but I want to tell you what we each individually overall gave. Mayor Derek L. Henry, 3.5. Commissioner Stacy Cantu, 2.18. Commissioner Paula R. Reed, 4.86. Commissioner Ken Strickland, 4.82. Commissioner Monica Paris, 3.27. Commissioner Juanita May, 2.94, and Commissioner Danette Henry, 4.27. These are our overall scores. So with the exception of Cantu and May, everyone gave the manager a 3 or above. And you would have seen that on the screen, but I know that slide went by quickly. And again, they do have copies of this available to you. I echo the comments and of the citizens that came before us in regards to what our manager has done. As a native Daytonian, I have seen more done in the last 5 years than in the 14 years I've sat up here. My zone has been neglected, so much to the point that I established a 501c3 to help me make things happen. I got citizens engaged because if I couldn't do it, I knew the citizens could. And they have definitely made a significant difference. Auditor? Oh yes, he's gonna find some deficiencies because it hasn't been done. That's why we hired an auditor. And he's supposed to present to us his findings, and then we will correct his findings. Give him an opportunity to address those findings, the manager. We welcome JLAC being here. In fact, I understand the previous mayor asked for JLAC to come here. A thorough investigation is what we need and what we want and what we desire. I've met them. Very nice people. They're not here to, and they told me this, we're not here to jug you or we're not looking for wrong. We're just gonna give you a record of what we see. That's what their job is. We are anxious to see their findings, and what they find in the investigation will be addressed. That's what you do. You know, in the 5 years that Mr. Fiatra has been here, collectively, we've only done one evaluation. So we haven't done our job, but we want to hold him accountable for doing his. And when it came to this evaluation, only one of us had completed an evaluation for this year right here, and they did that 2 days before the last meeting. Can you imagine being accountable to 7 bosses? I have trouble sometimes being accountable to one, but 7 people telling you what to do, asking you for something, calling you all times of day or night, sending you emails, as if you don't have a life or a wife. You know, after 5, oh, I need this, I need that. You work for me, you work for us. How is that to speak to somebody? Coming from an HR perspective, that's demoralizing. It's not very uplifting. It doesn't exude a partnership or a desire to be collective in our efforts to make a difference for this city. No personal improvement plan was done, a PIP. We haven't come collectively and said, from this dais, we haven't addressed that there's an issue and something needs to be done. We haven't evaluated the man in 4 years. But yet we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And when we do that, who's going to be in charge? Because that's going to call for another national search. And you know who we got. Okay? So who's going to be in charge if we let him go? The opportunity for him to address the things that have come before us has yet to happen. We have to give him that opportunity. Perhaps it means letting some staff go. Perhaps it means hiring some staff to assist him in addressing the issues that are at hand. But whatever the case may be, if this was such a serious situation, Yvette, a serious situation. If this was such a serious situation, why did we wait until the last minute, the last hour, to say he must go? We should have addressed this a long time ago. Because as stated, it's been years since some of these things have been done. And did he know about them? Because if they've been going on for years, you know, sometimes when you come into a new job, your predecessor tells you what they've done and what works. And you kind of start out doing that and you find your way. And perhaps that's what was done. But now that his way has been found, he has heard our concerns and our comments and heard from citizens as well, good and bad. I think it's time to allow this man to prove to us that he knows the responsibilities that come with his role and allow him to address them. I think 3 years is enough. It's more than enough time. And I think we need to be accountable for an evaluation every year, like we're supposed to. I think Daytona Beach is in a much better place than it's ever been. Even John came up and said, there are things happening all over this city. All over this city, he has addressed issues. He has, as the Bible says, he has no respect to person. He addresses all of us. He goes everywhere. Is he personable? Yes. But he's also about business. He's recognized throughout this country as a leader in city government. But yet we say he's not doing his job. But we say that at the third hour. So I think you know where I stand. I'm willing to work with him. I'm willing to hold him accountable for the things that we have found thus far and the things that we find in the future.
Now, we have a motion on the floor, and we have a second. And this meeting or this agenda item is really supposed to be about two things, but because it teaches us the complexity of the job, we're supposed to be talking about the city manager and his evaluation. So what we've looked at was we got the numbers and we see how each of us have rated him. And I personally think I rated him pretty consistently in different domains in the similar way that I rated the last manager. And he was around for 17 years. And so what I'm saying is now they both have their strengths and they both had weaknesses. So I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe that, you know, it's just we've come at a point in the road where it's time to pull out the sledgehammer. So my point that I'm trying to make is that we're supposed to be talking about two things, but somehow this conversation has gone into a lot of different areas because it went into the auditor. And by auditor, for me, I mean the auditor that we hired. He's the auditor that we hired. Now, he was hired because the residents asked us to hire him. And we agreed that it's best practices to have an auditor who works for the commission. And, you know, things haven't been perfect. It's a new marriage between us and the auditor. Things haven't been perfect, but it's getting there. And they haven't even been perfect between them, but I see them working things out. And, you know, so we have to get through some things. Someone, Commissioner Henry, I think it was, said that if our auditor saw fraud, he would have by now taken that to the proper authorities for that to be addressed. Now, he did identify, and he's going to identify lots of things. To be frank with you, he's going to, because when you go through, there are just so many things as I'm looking at what he's seeing. He sees things in a way that I don't see them when you're an auditor. So, and it doesn't, because it doesn't, just because it doesn't look right doesn't mean that it's not right. And just because it's doesn't, and the inverse of that would be true as well. I'll just say it that way. So our auditor has not shown us anything that, to me, that says that the building is burning down. Now, in almost everything that he's shown us, I'm seeing an explanation, although that explanation may not meet the standard that the auditor likes. Because, for instance, the auditor had a problem with how much money the fire department spent on food. Well, that makes sense when you look at it on surface, because I think they said something like $50,000 was spent on food. But in hindsight, what we looked at was that most of that money that was spent on food was actually spent on during a time that we were in a hurricane. And so the food was purchased, you know, using P cards. And so usually when someone uses a P card, and so we've seen a lot about P cards, and I'm sorry that this don't sound like it's got a lot to do with the manager, but it does. We see a lot about P cards. Commissioner Henry, I think, brought it up during a previous meeting. P cards, people purchase things on P cards, and they're not a bad thing. You see candy on P cards. See all sorts of items on P cards. And so I can say that, oh yeah, they're using P cards to buy candy. What's to buy candy for events that we host? Christmas parade, things like that. That's what staff has to do. So it just goes on and on, all of the things. And so now there may need to be a procedure to fix that. So you may want to have something written that says this is the policy for that. But that's nowhere near the level of an issue that warrants, you know, termination. It just warrants an explanation, fix the issue, and then we come back and we want to see if you fixed it. So P cards, you know, and JLAC. JLAC did not become an issue. Senator Wright, who represents, you know, our area. Nobody from JLAC now, yeah, they were sending us, and these predated this manager. We were under an audit review. The previous city manager tried to build a new city hall. Now let's not forget that he tried to build a new city hall. He wanted to use these JLAC funds to build a new city hall. This was a part of it. How did that end? It ended because this commission, he didn't tell this commission about it. They got mad, especially this guy, got mad because we weren't informed. And basically we told him, well, you all told him, because I did know about it. And I wasn't upset, but I did know that he wanted to build a new city hall. But you all basically told him, hell no, we don't want no new city hall because the residents don't want us to spend all that money on a new city hall. Okay? And that ended. Those were the ways that he was trying to spend down that money. So this was a lot of money that we did have from permits and licensing that essentially the state didn't give us a lot of ways or prescriptions for spending the money. To her credit, Commissioner Cantu found some ways, said you can't spend it this way, you can't spend it that way. Well, a lot of that was true. Couldn't spend it in those ways. Although other municipalities had spent some of the money in that way. But when it came up time for us, they got a new person at the state who said that y'all can't do it that way now. So my point is, I'm saying a lot to say that JLAC didn't really get interested in us until we started talking about the audit that we were under from them. It wasn't until we started saying it that then all of a sudden it became so important to Senator Wright, Senator Leak, Representative Tremont, all of whom represent us. Now, I'm not begrudging them because it's their right, it's their responsibility to be accountable, but they didn't get interested in it like that. Now, we were receiving these letters, but they didn't come in to evaluate us until they decided to say that. I didn't ask them to do that. They decided because we started talking about it. That's JLAC. Now, we didn't just go out and spend the money willy-nilly. Good thing we didn't, because we needed it. We ended up having to give a lot of it back to the developers. They'd given us a wider set of prescriptions as to how to spend it. Now, we can begrudge Mr. Fiacha that we didn't spend the money down, but we also didn't give him any ideas on how to spend it down. We didn't agree to the ways that we could spend it down. The state did nothing to support a reasonable way to spend the money. So that's a lot. as far as the manager's evaluation and as far as what we're going to do tonight, his evaluation does not reflect an evaluation that says that you need to be terminated. That's number one. Most of the reason that we're under the level of scrutiny that we are, from my perspective, is because of things that we've said from up here. It's no other reason. So the manager, please, y'all, shh, because I'm not after any one person. And I believe in, I value everyone up here. I really do. I value all 6 of my colleagues, and I value what you bring to the table. I don't always agree with any of you, but I value what you bring to the table. The manager, now we're going to vote in just a moment whether to give him a 3-year extension. Some people, and I've received people who told me do not support the manager having a contract, and some of them are listening, and so I want them to understand this. Some people are concerned, they say, well, you shouldn't renew his contract. Well, if you don't renew his contract, then perhaps he's looking for another job, number one. If you don't renew his contract, then perhaps you're sending a message that we are a city that's unstable. We don't know what direction we're going to go in. We are not balanced. But folks who are calling me, sending me correspondence about his contract are saying, well, then you have to pay him if something comes up that he's done wrong. Well, if something comes up that he's done wrong, as Commissioner Cantu, when she suggested that we terminate him for cause, didn't you say with cause? So if you terminate a person with cause, then they don't get the severance as long as the cause is justifiable. So if something is wrong, then we still can terminate him a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 15 years from now if his contract continues to go out that long. So my point is, I haven't seen anything. And I haven't seen anything that says that we should terminate. So we've had a motion, we've had a second. I'm going to ask our clerk for a roll call vote.
Mayor, we need to make a correction. You said that we've spent the permanent licensing.
I didn't say we spent it. I said that we
have not given that money back.
But we voted to.
No, we haven't. We voted to suspend all permit and licensing fees. The money is still there while we're in a state audit.
Okay.
And they still need to figure out exactly how much we have, because I've been asking for quite a long time, and how much interest we have on that money, as Senator Broder has asked and a few of the other senators.
So we haven't given the money back, but we have a plan to do that in place. Thank you very kindly for the correction. We have a motion, we have a second. Go ahead.
Commissioner Paris?
No.
Commissioner Strickland?
Yes.
Commissioner May?
No.
Commissioner Cantu?
No.
Commissioner Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Absolutely, unequivocally, yes. Please, you can clap and applaud, but not USA. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion carries 4-3 split vote. All right, we will carry on with the commission meeting.
Okay. So that was our final agenda item. So we have commission comments, and I believe we began with Commissioner Paris.
Well, the meeting is not done, but we're gonna wait. Let's take a 10-minute adjournment. Members, five minutes. Well, I gotta eat.
Ready? Okay. Mayor, with the audit reports that were provided, we also had audit responses that needed to be given back. They did one for the fire department and the P cards, so I would like to direct the city manager to meet with the city auditor to go over that finding. This is the audit finding report that you provided me, to go over it with the city auditor to see what policy we have to implement, and then provide us a memo so we know exactly what policies are getting updated. And then we also still have pending the car allowance, travel policy, and the regular purchase card, which management's response for that. Are we gonna get anything for that? It wasn't, okay, because when you have an audit finding, audit number one, we agree, we disagree, this is what we're gonna do to change the policy. Because right now, it was very open-ended, the responses. So I know that you guys did updates. I just want to make sure from the audit findings and what changes were updated,
Yeah,
we
well,
can
we
match
did,
them up.
we did provide you all with all of the updated policies that the auditor also reviewed with us. But we'll make sure,
Okay, let's,
yeah,
that's not the story
we
I
sent it
received
in
from him.
email.
So,
Didn't we provide all of the updated policies?
We did.
Yeah.
okay, and how does that work? Do you just update the policies without us seeing them?
That we
don't have to
provided them to
approve?
you all.
But we don't have to approve them?
Not these policies.
These policies don't have to be approved? Okay, and the other thing I wanted to follow up on, the townhome parking standards. Are we doing anything with that for guest parking for each townhome built? Because I think our land development code doesn't require it, and we were going to look into it. Okay. And then also the e-bike requests.
I think
Is it coming?
Attorney Gross provided you. Did you all, Attorney Gross, did you send out the e-bike information?
I'll have to check. My recollection is that we provided a draft ordinance for review by the PD.
Okay. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
I spoke with Letitia the other day and asked her if she would be okay with once a year notifying all of us that it's time to do the manager's review. And she said she was okay with that. Can I get support to make that happen instead of us passing it around amongst ourselves, that every year when it's time for his review, she passes out the paperwork, we do it, turn it back in?
Yes, sir. You have my support. Yep. Yes, sir.
Anybody else? We need to vote?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Anybody we're supposed to evaluate every year, notify us and give us the documents, please.
Mayor and city commissioners, I could draft a resolution to that effect just so we have a record of it. Sometimes when we take votes or act by consensus, it can be a little bit hard to find in the minutes. So, I mean, I'd be happy to draft a resolution reflecting
Please do.
if you make that, if you vote on that and approve it tonight. So.
All right. We need to vote now?
Sure.
All right. So
Motion?
I second.
Moved. Second. Got a motion, got a second.
Does any member of the public want to
Comment?
speak on making me the... Okay, you can come on up.
You speaking on this item?
Okay,
we're not
then-
there yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, I got one resident that has an issue with the way I went about this last time. So I'm gonna bring it up again. to try to move, or at least put it to a vote where it says yes or no, up or down, that we move the citizens' comments to the beginning of the meeting. Because there's there's mature people that don't want to stay here till this time of night. Well, I know that, but can we just bring it to a vote? Or either let it die without a second?
Second.
Motion got a second.
Got a second.
All right.
Move citizen comments to the beginning of the meeting.
Beginning.
All right.
Does any member of the public want to speak on this motion?
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Lewis and Mr. Nicholson?
Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach, United States. I think it should be at the beginning of the meeting because of our elders in the community and because of the disabled people in the community and for the mental health in the community and for the homeless people in the community that have a roof over their head in a shelter because they got to be in early times. The county also made a meeting towards the second part of the month of their meetings to 4 p.m. I can't make that meeting. I ride the bus. I can't get back out. And I'm not leaving my ocean. So I agree. You should listen to the citizens at the beginning of the meeting because of one reason, just one. It would make the meetings so much shorter because you wouldn't have to listen to us at night.
All right. John?
John Nicholson, 413 North Granview Avenue. Yes, I support this. Marjorie Johnson wanted it. Kat wants it. There's several other people in the community who want it. The county does it. The county does it before and after. Ken would like it that if someone speaks in the beginning, they don't speak in the second time. So you're going to have 3 minutes one way or the other. So you're going to be here the same amount of time, whether they speak in the beginning or at the end. So
But not
if
both.
you do it with Ken's concept, the county allows you to speak both. Ken would rather have you one or the other, and I'm fine with either one of those. But I'd like the idea of having it early for those that need it. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to confirm, you said to bring it to the beginning of the meeting, right? Okay.
Beginning of the regular meeting, consent agenda, when?
We can do it right after the consent agenda. Or right before. You don't like that?
We'll take a roll call vote.
Okay.
You want it before the consent agenda? It doesn't matter, we'll determine.
Doesn't matter, we'll figure out a spot.
Okay. All right, roll call vote.
I can look in the past and see back when they used to have it in the beginning, where they put it on the agenda.
Okay.
And report back. I'm sorry. Commissioner Parrish?
Yes.
Commissioner Strickland?
Yeah.
Commissioner May?
No.
Commissioner Cantu?
No.
Commissioner Henry?
No.
Commissioner Reed?
No.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Yes.
Okay, so that fails 3-4.
We lost.
Again.
All right.
But you lost with the mayor on your side. That's awesome, though.
All right, Commissioner,
I'm done.
Commissioner May?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, so I just want to say a big thank you to the, oh goodness me. I want to say a big thank you to the police department. They have worked with me really, really well in the various areas of Zone 3, extremely responsive. It's made a big difference. I've actually stood on the road and witnessed the speeding car as I stand on a road with no sidewalks. And residents are telling me you don't want to stand there as this car comes speeding down the road. I've experienced that in various parts of Zone 3, and I go ahead and I call it in, and it's areas where there are no sidewalks to stand on. You're just there on the edge of the street, and then there's trees at some point, right? So experienced that this past week or so, but again, police department, extremely responsive. They've also had some extra patrols in some areas, and I do appreciate that. They've also reached out to some residents or some property owners who have multiple homes and were experiencing difficulty. They were kind enough to respond to them, and the resident really appreciates that quite a bit. I want to say that a few weeks ago, the BCU students received some funding from us. They actually went out and they addressed a problem for me. I called them in and I said, look, I have a problem on Walnut. Whenever I go there, Walnut and McLeod, I see trash and I see speeding, and I'm tired of seeing it, and I don't know how to fix it. So I let them meet some of the residents in the area, and within 48 hours, they'd organized a cleanup. And I believe they're going to stay on top of it, because it's not something we've tried and we cannot do anything about it. People park their cars on Walnut, McLeod, but if you drive there anytime, you will see trash intersecting, right by Joe Harris. You will see the trash. People literally open up their car doors, take out their trash to keep their cars clean, and then leave it there every single day. It's worse when school is in. But you know what? The students, the ones that I was working with, the ones who came here, they then took the initiative and they went ahead and had to clean up. And I was really happy for that. So hopefully they will be continuing that as part of their own initiative. Then speed bumps. I wish I could just put them in places where I'm standing there and the car is speeding by me, blatantly in front of you. Don't care. All right? I'm not quite sure how I could get that to happen, to have more speed bumps. I recognize we have policies, procedures, but I need a few more in the new version of Zone 3. Drainage in some places, I'm going to bring it up, especially Jefferson. We have roads that have been repaved that the crown on the road isn't right, meaning the water sits even though it's been repaved. The water just sits there. Not when it's a large rainfall, when it's any rainfall. I get pictures of any rainfall that happens. Now, I recognize that we understood how flooding is an issue, but if we could have a little bit of a slope, that would be nice. So, I've got to investigate a little bit on kind of what happened on that road, but I would like to find out. So, and then maybe see if we can do something about it. So I learned a phrase called nuisance flooding, and that's the kind of flooding that does not cause damage. But what if it happened every day? What if the nuisance was every day or every time it rained? So you're not being injured with your property, but it's happening and there's nothing you can do about it. That's called nuisance flooding. But they do have some recourse there. They have something called rain gardens that they put up beside the street. So, I would love for Public Works to take a look at what they can do to help. It happens in more than one street. And then the concern for me always is when you fix one thing, what are you causing somewhere else? Right? Again, I mentioned the fact that baseball, the market in the park, Beach Street food truck event all went really well. I did have an art festival video, but it's too late. The art festival a few weeks ago was just fantastic, and I have video footage of it. And then we also had Cinco de Mayo this past week. So the downtown core is doing really well right now. I would say that I would encourage you to go to Macker Seafood. They really need some help in terms of patronage. They're open for lunch now as well, and so they would love to see more of the business community come out there. But it's a nice down-home sort of family-style seafood restaurant, and I really hope people can just Macker. It's on Bay Street. Macker Seafood on Bay Street. And then a big reminder that this weekend we have the Pause event. It's called Pause and Play for Dogs out in Lenox Park, and it'll be there from 9 a.m. until 12 p.m. And what I love is Parks and Rec they've done a great job. They put up a sign. And I said to somebody in the neighborhood, I said, "Oh, do you know about the event?" And I have little flyers. I go around handing out my little flyers everywhere I go. And they said to me, "Oh, we know about it." And I was like, "Oh, you know about it? I guess I must have spoken to you." Then I drove by the park, and they had a big, huge sign up there. And I have never seen that before. So I thought that was a really good job. It's a neighborhood event, but everybody is welcome wherever. If there's an event in Zone 3, everybody's welcome. Then also the festival, the International Festival on May 16th and May 17th. 2-day event starts at 12 o'clock on Manatee Island. I will keep supporting the island. I think it's a great asset to us. We have, over 30 different countries represented. We have over 60 performances and acts, musical, singing, dancing, artistic, all cultural, all international, all free. So I invite you all to it, and I think I have Campbell Middle School coming out to perform as well for us. I think their band is coming out. Now, we have supported their band, and I'm grateful that they're able to make it. So that is what is going on in Zone 3. Thank you so much. I met with Tony Tucci, a really good person. I spent some time with Tony Tucci, and he is the gentleman in charge of FPL. What he said to me was that they are improving the FPL reporting system. And so for residents in Zone 3, I have a vision of lighting up Zone 3. I would like to see more lights in Zone 3. There are ways that we can get it done, but it requires that residents report outages. Feel free to contact me and let me know where they are. I will report them if I have to. But we need to understand where it's happening, and the reporting system online is not the smoothest. It's not the most time efficient. So if you contact me, let me know where it is, give me a street address, give me a cross street, text me, email me. I'm compiling my own list, and then I'm giving it to FPL myself, because I would really like to see Zone 3 lit up so much more than what it is. Thank you.
Who has the zone with the Campbell Motel in? You do. Okay. Letitia sent you an email. If you should like to read it, because it was sent to me. Actually, she sent it to all the commissioners from a resident. And also, for the record, I just want to put out there that the 6 F-250s that had marine unit on them, now they have been changed to permit and licensing. I just want it out there for transparency. Thank you.
Commissioner Henry?
Okay, we are having our monthly meeting at YSG on the last Tuesday of the month. Let's see, the 26th. And our last meeting was very well attended. I mean, it just was such an amazing meeting that we had on our April meeting. Staff was amazing. They came out, they addressed people's concerns and issues right there on the spot. And it just was an amazing thing to see. Everyone came out. They're looking forward to the next meeting. And so we're going to continue to do those until we can get somebody to do our neighborhood watch. We still haven't gotten a neighborhood watch captain. So if you're out there and you want to be the neighborhood watch captain, please reach out to Mr. Woods or myself, and I can get you in contact with him so that we can get you set up. We do need a neighborhood watch captain because I won't be able to do these meetings forever. But right now I'm going to continue to do them until we can get somebody responsible for that position. And the next thing is that I had some people from the nursing homes that are in the community reach out to me, and they'd like for me to come do some meetings at their nursing home because they can't get out as much. So we're going to start doing that in the next month, and we're going to get some more information out, and we'll go meet them where they are. And go see them and let them know what's going on in their community. Just because they're inside doesn't mean they don't want to know what's going on in their community. So we'll definitely be doing that. We're finally going to be rolling out our STEM program. And we've got some wonderful things planned with BER. And BER is the core sponsor, and we're going to roll out that. We're going to have be working with Embry-Riddle, the police department, Embry-Riddle students, Word and Praise, Christian Center. We've got quite a teachers in Volusia County that are going to be coming out. I've even gone and recruited some teachers from my own school for this STEM program. And so some classes that you're going to see in the STEM program is going to be some photography classes, drone classes. We're going to have some chemistry for little people. We're going to have some mommy and me STEM activities where mommies can come with the little ones and they can do little STEM activities. We're going to have STEM classes for adults. So the ladies will be able to come out and make their own perfume at one of our STEM classes. So we've got some really neat STEM classes planned for the summertime, and bunches more. Those are just a couple to name a few. So we're looking forward to, we'll get you some more information on exactly what week we're going to do a new STEM class each week. And it's going to mainly be for our children in our community centers here. So for the summertime, the STEM classes is going to benefit the children at the YSG program and the one at the Cherry Center and the one at the Schnebley. Any community center that we sponsor this particular STEM program, they're going to be. And STEM is, and it's actually STREAM, not STEM. Science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, and math. It's all of the things that the children, so this is something that we started doing a few years ago. So now we're finally getting the opportunity to roll it out the way we all want to see it roll out. So be looking forward to that. Let's see. I think, it is Teacher Appreciation. And I just want to tell the teachers out there, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for all you do with our children in our community. And today is Nurses Day. So nurses keep us healthy, they make us safe, and we need nurses. So I just want to say great job to all the nurses out there. Thank you for all you do, because that is just a job that's a hard job. People say teaching is a hard job, but I can imagine that nursing is 10 times harder than being a teacher, because you're constantly taking care of people whose lives are in your hand. So those are my comments for tonight. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Reed.
Mr. Mayor and colleagues, I'd like to begin my comments with just give me a few seconds of silence. In this last week, 3 lives were taken from our city. Warren Traeger, husband of a previous city commissioner. Claudine McKee, director of career development at the Great Bethune-Cookman University, and my advisor when I pledged Delta Sigma Theta. And Jordan Durden, a 22-year-old young man attending college. I attended 2 of the 3 this past weekend. So I just wanted to acknowledge their lives as citizens of our great city. I attended the ribbon cutting at Cypress Park. We now have an area where young people can go and play, and there's an area for adults as well. You know, we were bringing some recreational equipment back to that park. So I attended the ribbon cutting for that. On yesterday, Embry-Riddle had its graduation, and Bethune-Cookman will be graduating this weekend. And, you know, I'm not a media girl. I'm not a social media girl. Every now and then I go out and I post something that's going on in my zone or in the city, or something nice that has happened. But I recently found out that compliments of AI, that I was out there and I was wearing orange. So for those of you who had me in orange, I wore orange tonight so you can see what I really look like in orange. Okay? So take a picture of this. That concludes my comments.
Right.
Oh, the Seafood Festival for the 5th year was a blast.
All right, good deal. So we've gone around. I have no comments tonight. I'm worn out. I really am. We'll hear from the residents of Daytona.
Mayor, I'm sorry, before we start, I don't know if the manager has a comment, but I do.
Yeah.
Thank you all for the ability to serve.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor and city commissioners, I need to bring up a request that the manager and I received late Friday. The email didn't have a lot of communication, but attached to the email was a proposed agreement from one of the local builders and we've been asked to sign it. I wasn't able to get in touch with the attorney for the builder until this afternoon. The agreement we've been asked to sign relates to the permits and licensing fees. It's called a tolling agreement. And basically, what it would do is it's a contract between two parties to a potential dispute that could end up in litigation, where the one party who might otherwise have the right to sue the other agrees to hold off on suit if the second party will agree to a tolling of the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations is a period imposed by statute that you have to file a claim within in order to sue somebody. So, for example, to sue on a permit, the statute limit in Florida that you might allege has been overcharged, you might have to file the suit within 4 years from the date that the permit was issued. So in this case, it's a builder who's aware of the intention that's been expressed by the City Commission to establish a rebate and reduction program, and what they want us to do in order for them to hold off on filing suit against us and give us time to implement this program. They want us to sign this tolling agreement. I didn't find out until this afternoon that they may file the suit tomorrow if we don't agree to sign the tolling agreement. Well, you can look at it, Commissioner. I can tell you. The builder is, I'm going to give you the name. It's actually the corporate entity that applies for all of the building permits on behalf of ICI. The name of the builder is FF Florida Land Holdings, LLC. And I was able to talk with Nika Husseini, the Deputy General Counsel for ICI this afternoon. This agreement doesn't harm our interests because, as you know, the intention right now isn't to limit the rebates to people who were within the statute of limitations anyway, since we started accumulating excess fund balance before that time. It's really to our advantage because if there are additional parties that file suit against us while we're trying to create the program, it'll create a question about how much do we withhold from the excess fund balance that would otherwise apply toward the program that we might have to pay out in this lawsuit. So I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's any harm to our interests.
I'm just curious. We don't even, no one in the city can even tell me how much money we have or interest.
Well,
I have that on recording.
Right.
And I've been asking for a while.
Right. So this is a builder willing to exercise forbearance to allow us to have time to develop the program. And what I actually think we should do, if you're okay with this, is if you'll give if you would give the manager authorization to sign these tolling agreements, subject to my review, to make sure that we're not giving away anything other than the tolling of a statute of limitations for this program, for any permit recipient who would be subject to reimbursement under the permit program. I think that would be a good thing for the city because it'll remove potential doubts on our ability to implement the program.
So why wasn't that brought to us earlier and brought up and walked on the agenda?
I'd received the email and the manager received the email.
What time did you receive the email?
I'm going to tell you exactly when I received
thank
it. I
you.
received it at like 3:30 Monday afternoon. The email didn't have any communication associated with it. I wasn't able to speak with Ms. Husseini until this afternoon. And it wasn't until this afternoon that I learned that according to her, their outside counsel would like their client to file the suit tomorrow if we don't approve the agreement.
So
tomorrow.
You receive it Monday at 3:30, and you couldn't get a hold of anyone to...
Commissioner, I was busy working on commission stuff. There wasn't any urgency expressed in the email. I did not communicate with Ms. Husseini until this afternoon. But what I'm telling you is that this agreement would be good for the city. And I would recommend you do one of two things. And if you choose not to do them, that's fine. There's a risk that we'll have a lawsuit filed against us tomorrow. That's okay. One alternative would be to just move to authorize approval of this agreement, in which case we would bring back a more general authorization at the next commission meeting. Or if you'd prefer, my recommendation would be to give the manager the authority for these agreements generally regarding permittees who might be eligible for P&L refunds, so long as the city attorneys review them as to form and
So this is
sure.
ICI's builder, correct?
Nika Husseini, yeah.
Okay.
And FF Florida Land Holdings is the LLC. Their managing member is ICI.
Okay.
I have verified that. And I've looked at the agreement, and all it does is it says for as long as they agree not to file suit, we will agree to extend the statute of limitations by 1 day per day that they avoid filing the suit.
Okay.
In this particular interest with this particular builder, I just don't think there's any harm to the city's interest. Had I understood earlier in the week that we were going to be facing a lawsuit, if we didn't sign this, then I would have brought something to you on the agenda. It still would have been walked on. We were still preparing other
Well, we
items that
could
got
face a
walked
lot of
on.
lawsuits.
That got walked on this meeting, including Delta West and the memo that I was working on. So.
Ben, is there any way we could ask for an extension since we have a long relationship with ICI?
We could certainly ask for that, and I would communicate that with Ms. Husseini this tomorrow when I talk to her.
Would that be okay? Because I don't feel comfortable making that decision now.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that your direction to me would be to bring the agreement back for commission approval at the next agenda?
If everyone's in agreement with that, I'd like to do some research.
I'm comfortable. I appreciate our attorney telling us that it's not. Don't laugh at me. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But I value his opinion, his professional opinion. He's saying that it won't.
Well, that was rude. You do that all the time to me.
What, laugh at you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not
So,
talking to you,
and
I'm
I
talking
know,
to her.
but you do it all the
So,
time
A&B
too.
Conversation, stay out of it.
Okay, guys. Come on now. Let's just talk to each other, talk to the person that we need to talk to.
I'm okay with it. That doesn't
Okay.
mean you've got 6 other people that can say what they say.
Okay. Got one person okay with it. 2 people. Is anybody else okay with it?
Jeopardy that we have is that if we don't move, what happens if we don't respond right now one more time?
What I've been told by Ms. Husseini in a conversation that I have with her by phone this afternoon is that they're going to file suit to collect the fees tomorrow.
And what would the purpose be of waiting? What would we get out of waiting right now?
They would not file the suit. If they file the suit, and if like other builders might, they have claims.
Are they trying to get, everybody's trying to line up a little bit?
Well, I think what they're doing is trying to get the city to enter into this agreement because it displays a commitment toward moving that program forward. Because the only other way they can get that commitment would be, from their perspective, might be to file the suit.
Let me think for a minute. It's late. Let me think for a second. 11th hour business, it's really hard when we've been going at it for a couple hours.
It is.
It's really
It
hard.
is.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
Is it possible to have a conversation with them first in the morning time? Is that
It
possible?
absolutely is possible. I'm just telling you what I was told is that they will file a suit tomorrow if
How does it
if we don't
hurt
have
us by
approval.
them filing the suit? We're gonna have to,
If they file the suit and they make various claims, including constitutional claims, it'll be unclear how much of that excess fund balance needs to be set aside to pay for what might be an eventual court award. That court award may not be in alignment with whatever kind of percentage you want to allocate toward fee payers generally in terms of the amount of the rebate. And so since they're a pretty sizable fee payer, that if you had enough of these fee payers who were filing these suits, especially the larger volume fee payers, that could make it practically difficult for you to determine, unless you decided to give every dollar back in rebate and maybe 50 cents in a return, it would make it difficult for you to figure out, as I think the intent is to later do, figure out how much of that excess fund balance you want to allocate toward the rebate. Of course, you've already allocated some of it toward the reduction, so there will be some spending down.
How are you're talking about the reduction? That's not actually lowering. We're still actually.
There's 2 parts of the requirement under the statute. You have to rebate and reduce fees. And so when the commission adopted its statement of intent to implement a rebate and reduction program 60 days ago, the only thing that was absolutely definite was the commitment to immediately suspend, which is a total reduction. We're not currently collecting building permit fees at all. Yeah.
But we still have that
Yes, although that money at some point can be used to pay if there's a deficit in the budget that's created by virtue of that. I would expect staff to come back and tell you that that's happening. But theoretically, depending upon how long that reduction goes. I'm just. Yeah, we're going to wait for the audit report to come out to figure out what that is. But my point is that in theory, if your largest fee payers file suit, that could interfere with your ability to implement the program, because you'd have to then withhold from the fund balance what might be a hard amount to project in terms of what a court might award them. So. And all we're going to do is toll a statute of limitations that I don't even think is, we're not going to try to argue as part of this program that anybody who paid a permit more than 4 years ago wouldn't be entitled to a rebate, because we were accumulating excess funds more than 4 years ago. So it doesn't really negatively affect our interest.
Okay. Okay.
So if y'all want to wait, we'll just put it on the agenda. Otherwise, we would need a motion to approve either this item or
I'm
these
afraid
agreements.
to wait. I don't want to wait. So I got 1, 2 don't want to wait. You don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. Ken doesn't want to wait. What'd you say? Yeah. 4. You okay? Okay.
So I know it's late, but we would need a motion, and then the motion would need to be, is it for this agreement? And we'll bring some, and you don't need to make it part of the motion. We'll bring back a more general request later, or do you want to do a general authorization for fee payers who would be subject to the rebate and reduction program?
So I know you've explained it, but I'm kind of on board with Commissioner Ken too right now, from the perspective of you saw all of us, you spoke to all of us this week.
I hadn't had a chance to look at the email or the agreement. There was no message with the email. There was an agreement that was sent to the manager and me. I was working on other stuff. I didn't find out the urgency about this until I had the opportunity to call Ms. Husseini this afternoon.
Paralegals, secretaries that work for you.
If I understand that something's urgent, Commissioner, I will answer, I will respond. There wasn't anything in the email that communicated urgency. There was literally no message to the email.
So you read the email?
No, I did not read the email Monday.
Oh.
I did not read the email Monday. I looked at the email yesterday, and I intended to get in touch with the manager, and we were going to talk about it. It wasn't until today that we found out that they want us to sign the agreement tomorrow.
You read the email and then went to them.
Today,
Okay.
I read the agreement that was attached to the email.
Shouldn't you read the email and then call them directly back and find out? I mean, never mind.
Well, the reason why I want to talk to the manager is there was no communication with the email, so I didn't know what the context was, and she'd sent it to both of us.
Okay. Somebody make a motion, please. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
So I'm gonna interpret that motion as a motion to allow the manager to sign this agreement tomorrow.
And we get copies.
You'll get copies. Yes, Commissioner.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
And because I think it's a good idea for us to look at doing those, unless there's objections, I will bring back an agenda item for the next meeting to see if you want to give that authorization in general for these types of cases.
We already did it, so what's the point of bringing it back?
You
when
did
you're
it.
gonna give us copies.
You did it for this fee payer. The motion, I don't know, you might.
Okay, so what are you bringing back?
It would be an authorization to sign these types of agreements with other fee payers, or if you'd like, we can just do it on a case by case basis.
I would like to know individually when we
Okay.
receive them.
All right. I'm not gonna present that as an agenda item then.
Okay. All right. Let's.
I do have a question. Where are we at with the consultant to figure out these fees, or do we have to wait for the audit to be finished first?
Staff is working on those things. I don't know the actual amount of days that you all approve, but staff is working on these particular items to bring something back to you all.
Oh, I thought you told me that you waiting to the state. I have a recording. We're waiting to the state auditor before you can tell me how much we have.
I did not say that. I don't recall saying that.
Ben was in the room, and Jim, do you want me to play it? I can actually pull it up.
That's up to you.
Okay.
All right, to the commission.
Yeah. I've asked you. Ben, you guys want to listen to the whole thing? No. Okay, I didn't think so. I sure did. Well, sometimes, and they know I record because I tell them ahead of time, and it's not against the law. We're public officials and they're officials. And so I've been asking for a while how much money we have, how much interest, and no one can tell me, and I was told I have to wait till the state audit is done. And the permanent licensing, excess funds. So I don't understand why we have a CFO and she can't tell us how much money we have in there. It doesn't sound like she's doing her job to me. Could you answer my question, please?
I don't have a response for you tonight.
Okay, so we don't know how much money we have.
Okay. Did we vote on the motion? Okay, 6-1, right? All right, citizens' comments. Citizen comments, please.
Okay. Our first speaker tonight is Jack Frisden, and on deck is John Nicholson. Us too.
All right, the first thing is your emails. Maybe you ought to get stuff on paper that everybody can see and have it 48 hours before it's official. That these people can read it first. I hate emails. So, and there's an email that got you in trouble. But anyhow, on the things with the lights, I work for Verizon. Get the poll numbers. But anyhow, here I am. And I asked you before, do you all get a treasury report before your meeting? And now I've thought it over. You have 2 meetings in a month. Maybe one of those meetings you can get a treasury report, because then you'll know what's going on with the money in this town. Period. And the third thing is the roads. They had a hole over South Peninsula in Orange, the water department. The gate was leaking. And I've been a commissioner for 30 years. So we had treasury reports every month when we had a meeting. But back to the holes. I asked the water guy, I says, who's going to fix this gate? He says, I don't know, whoever gets the contractor. Well, I came by like 8 hours later, there was a hole in the street over 1 foot deep. So my point is, you need a contract work inspector. You're going to have all this work on these roads and all you talk about. You need a contract work inspector to watch what's going on. And I noticed that when you talk about resurfacing roads, you never bring the gate up level with the road. The same with the manhole covers. You got manhole covers that'll kill you. And you can tell Verizon, in 2 months, we're going to raise the grade. And you can make them raise the cover of the manhole to get it even with the grade. And the other thing was the road work email and the poll numbers. And then, that's about all I have to say. But I do know, you have a code enforcement guy, but you have nobody checking the roads, contractors. So, I mean, you got to do something. This place is, some of the roads will kill you. And I know the new roads, the new road A1A, they raise the gates when they're hot topping all A1A. And they raise the gates So you all should raise the gates.
Okay, our next speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Doyle Lewis.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. A couple of filling questions. One, we were supposed to sell some land to the state for a truck stop on I-4. There's an argument with the people in the land for Daytona for a truck stop at their end. Are there two truck stops going to be on I-4? Are we still selling the land? We already sold it? Okay. Secondly, the volleyball court on City Island, where are we with that? Because they had a problem again the other day. They were lining up one by one, they switch in. So there are still a lot of people playing volleyball. Third, the ACLU lawsuit. Voting is coming up. It's 6 months away. So if we have to change our zones with a recent court ruling, it appears that we're going to lose the suit. So if that's the case, we'll have to rezone, and we're running out of time. And lastly, A1A, again, I'm pointing at A1A as the pits. They did a bump out on Peninsula. You're riding down the street, and all of a sudden there is a cement abutment right in the middle of the street. You have to curve around it. And if you're following a car, you don't see it until it's too late. People have hit it constantly. And I'm worried about what's going to happen on Main Street. If you look at all the signage that's on Oak Ridge, all on the signage you see on A1A, we cannot have that on Main Street. It'll destroy Main Street, especially if they do any of the crosswalks. All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Doyle Lewis, and on deck is Jenny Nazak.
Good evening. I got to talk today until tomorrow, which is in a couple minutes. I got 8 things I want to run through here. My name is Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach, Florida, United States. Everything changed during COVID. It don't matter how many laws you put in place. People fell down, went to the next world because of COVID. Everything changed then. That's probably some of these problems that came from COVID. Number 2, every single thing is about a business plan, no matter what you think it is. The day you're born, you got a number on you. The state, the United States, knows you're here. Number 3, e-bike parking and racks. We're going to need some more of those. They like riding them around here, especially the younger kids. If you locked them down, maybe they wouldn't run over people on the sidewalks. Let them park them sometimes. Number 4, flooding. Over 40 buyouts is the estimate. I think it's going to be a lot more than that. When you really start thinking about it, that's going to be the cheapest way out. Next is crosswalks and sidewalks and making them bicycle friendly. I've done a lot of sidewalks in my lifetime. If you float the cement along the way the traffic flows and walking, you'll have less humps, especially with bicycles that are going to be electric. Once you get it floated out, then you brush it the opposite way. It makes the sidewalk smoother to ride, but you still got a rough texture, so you don't slip and fall. I've seen it do it the other way, and you got sidewalks like this. That's why I ride on the street a lot when I don't see cars coming. True fact. Short-term rentals. Believe it or not, a homeowner can do just about anything they want with their home or their rental properties. They just don't have to get loud about it. And make sure who you rent to don't throw parties. They can go party all day long, all night long, everywhere else. Just come back to the rental and shut up. Last but least, no matter what, it's always about approval. Sign contracts. Once you get approval, you got it. That's signatures right there. Have a good night.
Okay, our next speaker is Jenny Nazak, and on deck, is there Israel Okan here? I know Malcolm's not here. Bedarf's not here. Leela's not here. Donovan Morel? Travion Telfair? Okay, so Jenny's our final speaker tonight.
Jenny Nazak, 501 Harvey. I always forget about air conditioning. It's cold in here. All right, so my heart so went out to you guys tonight. The Army Corps of Engineers people are kind, diligent, intelligent, good in their field. I was able to talk to one of the gentlemen out there. They've been very thorough. But that being said, there is much that is beyond the scope of their professional field that we can and must do about flooding. Drought and flooding are two sides of the same coin. Now, I've shared many materials over the years, and I would like to get more focused on sharing, because it's not even the tip of the iceberg of what we can do within our city with our own capabilities. We have high-level expertise within this county and bioregion that will help us address this flooding and drought, two sides of the same coin. What else? You all look absolutely stunning in orange, particularly Paula Jones over there. And speaking of orange, I had a moment at the 7-Eleven the other morning when I was getting my coffee. There was a Cheeto truck out there, and I was starting to scrutinize to see if it was the baked type or those delicious, like the really crinkly, like basically if I was willing to risk jail time or not, which is, it's just a sign that snacks have gotten too expensive, and we really do need a potato chip factory and other factories within our fine city. We love Daytona Beach. Love you guys.
Love you. Good night, Jenny.
Mayor, before you do anything, and thank you, Mr. Gross, for sending this over. I would like to make a motion to go ahead and have Ben sign if we have any others come forward, because I'm sure we are. Instead of just keep coming, because it's going to be a lot. Yes. So you second that?
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comments? No public comments.
So the motion.
Originally, that's what he wanted, then she said she wanted them all back. Now she's saying do all of them instead of coming back.
Correct, because there's going to be a lot more coming after he just said, and I just read this. So
Okay.
we got Commissioner Reed made a second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Good night, y'all. Hang in there.